Meeting with Vladimir Putin on Friday, President Trump initially said he wanted a ceasefire agreement, but then shifted his position, saying he was hoping for a broader peace deal instead. But Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who was in the room with Trump and Putin on Friday, told NBC's Kristen Welker on Meet the Press yesterday that a temporary ceasefire deal between Russia and Ukraine is not off the table. Is a ceasefire now off the table, Mr. Secretary?
No, it's not off the table. I think what the president said, in fact, you just read it on the air a few moments ago, it was agreed to by all that the best way to end this conflict is to a full peace deal. There's no doubt about that. I mean, who would be against the fact if tomorrow we came to you and said we have a full peace deal and it's done? I think that's the best way to end the war. Now, whether there needs to be a ceasefire on the way there, well, we've advocated for that. Unfortunately, the Russians, as of now, have not agreed to that. But the ideal here, what we're aiming for here is not a ceasefire. What we ultimately are aiming for is an end to this war.
Joining us now, Democratic Congressman Bill Keating of Massachusetts. He's a member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Congressman, thank you for joining us. I want to get your sense of what you see in these potentially shifting talking points from the administration around a ceasefire maybe not being necessary, especially if they get a wholesale peace deal. What do you see them trying to do here?
What I saw at the summit was a reversal of order and a reversal of position. There was a reversal of order the way the whole thing was set up. It was set up with great haste. In fact, they found some of the materials in the hotel lobby in a copying machine that a patron found. This was how quickly it was put together. Traditionally, you do the work ahead of time. You get a framework that you can agree on, a framework to go forward with, and you come out with some deliverables. That didn't happen here. The only thing that happened is Trump reversed his position. He came in saying he was demanding a ceasefire, and if he didn't get it, there'd be severe sanctions. He walked away with nothing. And Putin walked away from being an international war criminal pariah to getting the red carpet, limousine treatment, flyovers, and cringeworthy hats and salutations of Vladimir. He walked away the winner. Now, today is the big meeting, frankly. This really eclipses anything that happened on Friday. To have world leaders from Europe on a couple of days' notice descend on Washington, leaders of UK, France, Germany, Italy, Finland, the Secretary General of NATO, the President of the European Commission, all come here with so little notice, really underscores how important this meeting is today. I'm not exaggerating, it's not hyperbole. This has amazing impact today on the international world order that's been in place since World War II and the Cold War.
I mean, Congressman, you often talk with diplomats from many of those countries that are coming to the U.S. for this meeting. What is their expectation of what could happen today? And are they coming because they see momentum out of what happened in Alaska? Are they coming because they want to ensure that Trump doesn't give away some of the premises that they've held so dear on Ukraine? I mean, talk about the contours here for many of these world leaders, including Zelenskyy himself.
I have private conversations daily in Washington with our European leaders in my position, and it's moved from, frankly, the worst case scenario that they anticipated to they're having to take an initiative in the coalition themselves, and it couldn't be more serious. There's options for Trump too, and of course we all want to see peace, and it's laudable he had a meeting with the posters. The theme was peace. It never went further than the theme. But what's important now is where we go from here. He has options. He can come out of this meeting today with our allies, underscoring what he came in to the first meeting with, the summit with, that he wants a ceasefire. He can come in and give a green light to legislation led by Lindsey Graham and Richard Blumenthal to have heavy sanctions that has 85 co-sponsors in the Senate and has support in the House. He can come away and use the $3.8 billion he has in drawdown authority militarily. There's options, and I hope what comes out of today or soon after today really is on the table, what we can do. Putin controlled that first summit. Trump has the ability to control the aftermath.
When you talk about controlling the aftermath, assume there is some kind of a deal coming out of today or another week of negotiations. You're on the Foreign Affairs Committee. Do you anticipate any kind of a briefing or a heads up from the administration if it comes to that?
Well, it's hard to have a briefing when there's no game plan ahead of time. And when things are vague, they can talk as overnight we began to hear that there were discussions on Americans can provide security to Ukraine. That's not going to be enough. That amounts to nothing. Since 1994, over 30 years ago, America's had an agreement to defend Ukraine with the Budapest Memorandum. In fact, Russia had that same agreement. UK was involved in that. Agreements mean nothing to Putin. It meant nothing in Georgia, where he expanded his area. It meant nothing in Syria. It meant nothing in 2014, and it meant nothing in 22, and it means nothing now. All he understands is force. All he understands is how is his negotiating position going to help his war effort and his effort to take control of Ukraine and then Europe. This is real. That's why we're seeing this extraordinary sight. And I think the picture today could be an iconic one with all our European leaders, where people look back historically and say, this is when this historic coalition that brought in the greatest era of peace and prosperity to the West began to formally fall apart. Or it can be a time when Europe's leaders and joining with the United States really fundamentally continues to say, this is our strength. China and Russia don't have what the U.S. has, and that's this coalition. There's over 50 countries involved in the coalition to help Ukraine against Russians' illegal aggression. And we can move forward, but embracing a war criminal and forsaking that coalition has enormous ramifications beyond Ukraine. It has ramifications in the Korean Peninsula. It has ramifications in the Indo-Pacific, in China, and in the Middle East. This is a big moment today.
It's a big moment. It will start kicking off around noon today. We will, of course, be tracking all of it. I think, to me, in addition to everything you've laid out about this inflection point, Congressman, the thing that hangs over it is the way that Zelensky's last meeting at the White House went, that explosive confrontation with President Trump, with Vice President Vance. I think that's hanging over this as well. We're going to see what we're going to see. All eyes are going to be on it. Democratic Congressman Bill Keating of Massachusetts, thank you for setting us up for what
Thank you, Allie.
When Russian leader Vladimir Putin arrived on American soil on Friday, President Trump literally rolled out the red carpet, or he didn't do it, but American service members did, welcoming the Russian dictator with handshakes and applause and smiles, even a ride in the presidential limo. Now, Trump says Putin wants peace in Ukraine. My next guest is not so sure. Joining us now live is President Trump's former Vice President, Mike Pence. Vice President Pence, thanks so much for joining us. You just heard Ambassador Witkoff say the meeting
Thanks for having me on, Jack.
You just heard Ambassador Witkoff say the meeting was a big success. President Trump says the meeting was a 10 out of 10. What rating would you give it?
Well, first, I think the president should be commended for pursuing peace in Ukraine. This president has already secured peace agreements in Africa, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. I think he deserves credit as leader of the free world for not giving up on Ukraine, particularly, Jake, since there are many voices in and around the administration that would have cut Ukraine loose months ago. So I want to commend the president for trying to make progress. I must tell you, I would have liked to have seen a ceasefire, but the truth is that no deal is better than a bad deal. What we heard Ambassador Witkoff describe is encouraging, that there was at least an assent in Putin's and Trump's meeting to the United States providing security guarantees. And clearly the president didn't forfeit anything having to do with America's national security or with the security of our allies in Eastern Europe in the midst of this war. But, at the end of the day, it's important to remember the bad guy here is Putin. Mm-hmm. Putin launched an unprovoked, brutal invasion more than 3 years ago. I've traveled to Ukraine twice. I've literally walked the streets, seen the aftermath of that brutal invasion, and now more than ever, America and our allies need to stand strongly with Ukraine and create the conditions for a just and lasting peace.
You said last month that you thought President Trump was beginning to realize, quote, Vladimir Putin doesn't want peace. Vladimir Putin wants Ukraine, unquote. As you noted, there was no ceasefire agreed to. President Trump seemed to indicate before the summit that that had to happen, or he said there would be very severe consequences. Since the summit, he's dropped demands for an immediate ceasefire. 5 Ukrainians were killed overnight. He's telling people, you heard Witkoff say, a peace deal, a larger peace deal, can be reached quickly if Putin's demands, which include Ukraine ceding control of the entire Donbass region to Russia, are met. What do you make of all that? I mean, there are observers out there, people who like Trump, people who are rooting for Trump, who think that Trump got played.
Well, look, I served alongside the president for 4 years. I know his style in dealing with these dictators. It's the velvet glove, but I think the hammer needs to come, and it needs to come immediately. I think the president, as he welcomes President Zelenskyy to the Oval Office tomorrow, and a whole cast of our allies in Europe that are going to be joining him, I think at the same time he ought to pick up the phone and ask Majority Leader John Thune to immediately pass the secondary sanctions bill that is supported by virtually everyone in the United States Senate. I think the combination of engagement, but also making it clear to Putin that we are prepared to take actions that would literally break his economy, even while we redouble our commitment to the security of Ukraine and to working closely with our European allies is important. Look, I said it before, I'll say it again. In the long history of the last 25 years, Putin has made it clear. He launched an attack into Georgia when President Bush was in office. He attacked Crimea and Ukraine when Obama was in office. After that disastrous withdrawal in Afghanistan, he crossed the border and started this war 3 years ago. Putin's made it no secret of the fact that he wants to reassert the old Soviet sphere of influence, what we used to call the evil empire in Eastern Europe. And I think Putin only understands strength. So while the president and his diplomatic team engage in this reapproach with Putin, and there seems to be interest, in my judgment, Putin's not going to stop until he's stopped, until he understands that there's going to be enormous cost to Russia, and there's an unflagging commitment to defending Ukraine's sovereignty by the United States and our allies.
Is there any way, I mean, can you explain or do you understand at all how the summit could end without a ceasefire agreed to, and that would be acceptable? I mean, there are 5 Ukrainians who are now dead. I'm not blaming it on President Trump. It's obviously President Putin's fault. But
Right.
If the ceasefire had happened on Friday, those 5 Ukrainians would be alive.
Well, your question in the last segment was relevant. There's a way that Putin can end the violence immediately, and that's with a ceasefire, but then move to negotiations. But look, when it ended and we all watched that press conference and it was clear there was no ceasefire, I must tell you that I was not surprised. I mean, there was an agreement by President Zelenskyy to a ceasefire back in February. Putin refused it. He's managed to delay the game. All the while, his military has continued its brutal assault on civilian populations in Ukraine. I think that's the reason why. Look, let's have the dialogue tomorrow at the White House. I'm also going to be praying that it's a productive time and a unifying time among all the leaders of the West and the President and President Zelenskyy. But at the same time, I've always said the United States posture on the world ought to be, one hand extended in friendship and diplomacy, and the other hand resting comfortably on the holster of the arsenal of democracy. I think Putin is only going to understand that there are going to be severe consequences, as the president promised, if there is no progress from here. The last thing we want to see is for Putin to use this latest delay as a reason to continue this war all the way until the winter hits and the fighting season essentially passes in that part of the world. We can't allow Vladimir Putin to run out the clock on the war in this year and in this season. We literally have to do both things, and that is the sanctions ought to be on the president's desk, available for his signature while negotiations begin. That's the most important way that we will ensure that there's real progress toward the peace agreement that the president has said is the ultimate conclusion.
Before you go,
Let's get to Amen, because Ukraine's president and a group of European leaders are planning to meet President Trump at the White House today, following that meeting with Vladimir Putin in Alaska on Friday. And Eamon Javers, as I mentioned, is with us. Hey, Eamon.
Yeah, good morning to you, Joe. As you say, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy is expected at the White House later today to help chart a path forward in the wake of those failed talks between President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin in Alaska on Friday. Also present will be leaders of 5 European countries who are part of the so-called coalition of the willing that's backing Ukraine against the Russian invasion. Sources told NBC News over the weekend that President Trump engaged with President Zelenskyy and European leaders by phone early Saturday morning about the U.S. being a party to a potential NATO-like security guarantee for Ukraine as part of a deal struck with Russia. Now, such security guarantees have been a key demand of the Ukrainians as part of any deal to end the fighting. Secretary of State Marco Rubio explained the latest thinking on Meet the Press yesterday.
One of their fundamental demands is that if this war were to end, they have to make sure this never happens again. They don't want to get reinvaded. They don't want to wait 3 or 4 years from now and find another, war on their hands. So there's going to have to be some security guarantees as part of it. How that's structured, how that's built, what our role will be, that'll be the kinds of things we'll have to work through.
And take a look at the list of European attendees at the White House today. Alexander Stubb, President of Finland; Friedrich Merz, the Chancellor of Germany; Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission; Mark Rutte, NATO Secretary General; and Keir Starmer, Prime Minister of the UK; Giorgia Meloni, the Prime Minister of Italy; Emmanuel Macron of France. A long list of European leaders at the White House today. And the question for all these leaders today, guys, is if they can craft NATO-like security guarantees for Ukraine that are enough like NATO to reassure the Ukrainians that they're real, and yet not so much like NATO that they're a non-starter for the Russian side. It's going to be a challenge. Back over to you.
Yes, certainly is. And we just got to wait, obviously, to know how it's received. I think there's, I don't know, where do you think the Europeans come down? They've obviously, they're a lot closer to Russia and have a lot more, I guess, that they're concerned about. Do you think they'll be less hesitant to tell Zelenskyy to maybe consider, permanently giving up some territory? I don't know what to think of what they're going to be telling Zelenskyy versus what President Trump is going to be trying to orchestrate.
I mean, I think in broad strokes, you could say that the Europeans generally, Macron in particular, are a little bit more pro-Kyiv and wary of Trump's diplomacy with Vladimir Putin. They don't want the U.S. to get drawn into a situation where we're pushing the Ukrainian side to concede too much. I think the Europeans do want an end to the war, but also want an end on Ukrainian terms. And I think they're wary of another blow-up in the Oval Office, the way we saw earlier this year with Zelenskyy and President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance. This will be the first time he's been in the Oval Office since that dramatic confrontation. The tone, I think, will be much different today, but we'll see. I mean, President Trump was very respectful coming out of his meeting with Putin, saying, one of the first people I want to talk to is Zelenskyy. And you see in the Zelenskyy tweets over the weekend, he's been very respectful of Trump, saying, he's grateful for Trump, grateful for the American people, trying to be very ginger about this relationship, which really fractured earlier this year, and it's so important for both countries.
And I think the big question, though, is what does Putin give up in this? We've seen the concessions that we've asked for and what President Trump offered just in terms of this these assurances, these security assurances are certainly different than he'd been offering in the past. But what about Putin? What does he give up? Because he's asking for the entire Donbas region, which the Russians have been trying to take control of militarily since 2014 and have not been successful.
Yeah, and he might want more than that even. You heard Marco Rubio say it in that clip, right? I mean, the idea is if you're Ukraine, any kind of ceasefire can be potentially dangerous in the sense that it could just give the Russians time to rearm, replenish their supplies, their personnel, and mount another offensive in a year or two. And that's not where they want to be. They want to end this thing, and so that's why they want these security guarantees. The question is, what are the security guarantees exactly? Does that mean, NATO forces could be drawn into a war with Russia in a year's time? That's not something I think anyone in NATO wants. It's not something the U.S. certainly wants, and it's potentially very dangerous in terms of global confrontation. So how do you construct security guarantees that don't draw NATO into armed conflict, but are strong enough to deter the Russians, and at the same time don't give the Russians their biggest fear, which is NATO on their doorstep in Ukraine? That's the biggest thing, or one of the biggest things that the Russians have objected to all along, is the encroachment of NATO closer and closer to their frontier. They want to push back and have a buffer zone in Ukraine that's not NATO territory. So that's all just very tricky to work through. That's part of why this war has been so contentious, and that's what the leaders are going to have to contend with today in a drama-filled moment just after the Putin meeting, on the heels of that Zelenskyy breakup at the White House, President Trump orchestrating it all today. It's going to be something to see.
And we've heard so many times that, Putin considers troops like pawns, and it doesn't, civilians too. It's been a horrific thing to watch over the past couple of years. Does anything matter to him? And people say the economy, I guess, at some point does matter, and that's the only thing he understands. But is that true? When we talk about China, a lot of times we say, well, they don't even care if the people continue to suffer and not having everything, not coming up to the living standards of the rest of the world. You wonder whether the CCP worries or really cares about that. And I wonder, is that something that speaks to Putin?
Yeah, if you look at the Russian history, obviously they have an enormous history of economic deprivation and ability to tolerate that for decades on end. But there is a limit to Russia's economic ability to carry on this war, and the question is, maybe unknowable. I'm sure U.S. intelligence has an estimate. How much longer can Russia really finance this operation, given that the sanctions? They've been very clever at getting around them and continuing economic activity, but at some point they won't be able to have the sort of economic throw weight to continue to carry this on. And where is that point, and what can the U.S. do to hasten that? And you look at the war in Afghanistan for the Russians in the 80s, that did had a devastating economic effect on the Soviet Union at that time. A generation of soldiers lost, and an economic breaking point for the Soviet Union in Afghanistan. The losses here have been more severe, dramatically more severe than they have been there, and the expense here is much more. So, at some point, you're looking at an economic breaking point. Where that is, and what the Russian public is willing to tolerate, and what Putin himself is willing to tolerate, all of that's kind of unknowable.
And Lavrov with the CCCP shirt on. Confusing, isn't it? There's the CCP, and there's the CCP. So the communists, that's a Cyrillic abbreviation for USSR, I guess. CCC.
Yeah, there is not a CCCP, but some people want to bring it back.
Yeah, exactly. And you got the other CCP, which is also a thorn in our side sometimes.
As president, one on your Putin meeting and then one on peace and crime, are you prepared to offer Vladimir Putin access to rare minerals to incentivize him to end the war?
We're going to see what happens with our meeting. We have a big meeting. It's going to be, I think, very important for Russia. It's going to be very important for us, and important for us only that we're going to save a lot of lives. Look, we have, we're not paying any money, as you know, to Ukraine. We're supplying equipment. We're being paid 100% plus for that equipment by NATO. And I got NATO up from 2% to 5% of GDP. They now have billions of dollars. NATO is a very rich group of countries, and we make the best military equipment anywhere in the world by far, and they're buying our equipment, and they're paying 100% for the equipment, 100%. In fact, they owe us about $2 billion now. They're going to send a check. Another one was sent recently for $1 billion. So we're not spending any money anymore. Biden gave them $350 billion, got nothing for it. And if you look, and by the way, we also signed a rare earth deal where we get, years of rare earth to get our money back, the money we spent. But what I'm really doing this for is to save thousands of soldiers a week. You have Russian soldiers, you have Ukrainian soldiers, and then you'll have missiles dropped into various cities and towns in Ukraine. And they're losing last week they lost 7,251 people, mostly soldiers, Russian and Ukrainian soldiers. I'm doing it for that reason. We have a meeting with President Putin tomorrow. I think it's going to be a good meeting, but the more important meeting will be the second meeting that we're having. We're going to have a meeting with President Putin, President Zelenskyy, myself, and maybe we'll bring some of the European leaders along, maybe not. I don't know that it's going to be very important. We're going to see what happens. And I think President Putin will make peace. I think President Zelenskyy will make peace. We'll see if they can get along. And if they can, it'll be great. I've solved 6 wars in the last 6 months, a little more than 6 months now, and I'm very proud of it. I thought the easiest one would be this one. It's actually the most difficult. We had one war raging, as you know, for 37 years. One in the Congo with Rwanda was raging for 31 years. We solved 6 of them, made peace, not just solved them, we made peace. If you look at Pakistan and India, planes were being knocked out of the air. 6 or 7 planes came down. They were ready to go. Maybe nuclear, we solved that. I thought this would be maybe an easier one. It never made sense, this war. It would have never happened when I was president. If I were president, this war would have never happened. But millions of people have been killed. And I'm there for one reason, to see if I can solve. This was Biden's war. This isn't my war. I want to see if I can stop the killing. Yeah.
Rare earths, are you going to offer him access to that at all?
We have great rare earth. We made that as payment for all of the money that we've spent so foolishly in Ukraine. We spent $350 billion. Now Europe spent $1 billion. That's a lot of money. They spent $100 billion. That's a lot of money, but we shouldn't be spending a lot more money than them, and they understand that. And I think that's maybe why we're not spending money anymore. We're not spending any money. They're paying us for everything. So people are shocked when they hear it. They don't even understand. They don't even write about it. But we're not spending money, but we are spending a lot of time trying to get the war solved. If we can get the war solved, we'll be very happy. As far as rare earth, that's very unimportant relative. I'm trying to save lives.
Fareed, thanks for joining us. So, President Trump called the meeting extremely productive. He definitely tried to put a positive spin on, let's be frank, he was trying to bring peace and end a war. I mean, there's nothing wrong about his goal, but it does appear that there really wasn't anything concrete achieved. No ceasefire, no sanctions relief or sanctions imposed. We don't really know where we are other than Putin got himself a summit in Alaska. What do you make of what we just saw?
Yeah, I think you have it right, Jake. Look, the atmospherics of the entire summit was somewhat cringeworthy. The fact that Putin was being welcomed on American soil, the fact that Trump gave him literally a red carpet treatment, the kind he has rarely given to any, Democratic ally of the United States. You can tell that Trump thinks Putin is an equal, is this big shot on the world stage, and he's been treated by the rest of the West as a kind of pariah. I mean, he can't go to Europe because he'd be arrested. And so there was a lot of the atmospherics that were cringeworthy, but I will say, on the most important thing, at least for me, it was positive that there was no deal. I think everyone was worried that there was going to be a deal in which Trump was going to make major concessions. I don't think anyone thought Putin was going to make any concessions. The fear was that Donald Trump was going to cave in various ways, sell out Ukraine, sell out the Europeans, and he didn't do that. And so I think I'm at least relieved. Now, when you watch it, what you saw was Putin had clearly decided his strategy was he was going to make no substantive concessions of any kind, but he was going to really amp up the flattery of Trump. So he says if Trump had been president, there would have been no war, which is easy for him to say now. Trump should get the Nobel Prize. He's amazing. All that, is cheap and easy rhetoric for Putin, but he laid that on thick. But at the end of the day, he made no concessions. So Trump comes back empty-handed, but, in a way, better to come back empty-handed than to have given away, a quarter of Ukraine.
Right, and I'm sure that there are a lot of people breathing easy in Ukraine because of that. I wonder if you think, with no apparent concrete progress at the summit, at least none that was announced, is there an upside for President Trump? I mean, he can say he tried for peace, and that's not nothing, but there's also the flip side of that, which is Putin might leave here bolstered, both domestically and on the international stage, no?
Well, Putin has gotten a lot in the sense that he got the recognition, he got the stage, he got the invitation to the United States. He also got the delay of all kinds of new sanctions that Trump had threatened. Remember, Trump had set deadlines, and he said if there isn't a ceasefire, Putin doesn't agree to these terms, there will be consequences, there will be severe consequences. None of that appears to be happening, and in fact, Foreign Minister Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister, said he expects sanctions to be lifted as a result of this. Now, he said that a little earlier, so we don't know where that is. But yeah, it's hard to spin this in a positive direction if you believe that, it is important to preserve Ukraine as an independent sovereign state. But it wasn't a disaster. And again, I will give Donald Trump credit for this, that presumably Putin stuck to his guns and Trump didn't concede. It's possible there is some framework that was discussed that he now needs to take to the Ukrainians and the Europeans, but Donald Trump tends to be fairly indiscreet. So if there is such a framework, if anything substantive was agreed on, we will know in the next hour. It is inconceivable to me that Trump will be able to keep that quiet. He will feel the urge to boast. So the fact that, at least so far, we haven't heard much leads me to your conclusion that, really at the end of the day, there's nothing to show for.
Right, I mean, he did say, just to quote him, many points were agreed to, there are just a very few that are left, some are not that significant, one is probably the most significant, well, we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there. I assume we all here on the panel think that one that's the most significant would be the ceasefire. But President Trump also said that he's now going to call NATO leaders and Ukrainian President Zelenskyy. What do you see happening next? President Trump did talk about they would talk soon and probably would see each other again soon. There was some idea floating that the next summit might even be in Moscow, although he acknowledged he'd get a little heat on that one, although he didn't say no. What do you think happens next, and what message would it send if Trump were to go to Moscow for the next summit?
Well, that would be a terrible idea, because the entire way that Trump has handled these negotiations from the start has been to make preemptive concessions to the Russians before the negotiations began. Remember, what are Putin's main demands? He wants to keep all of Ukraine that he has conquered. In fact, he wants a bit more. Trump initially basically conceded that, Peter Herzog as well. He wanted that NATO guarantee that Ukraine will not be a member of NATO. Trump has said that's going to happen. He wanted to be sure there will be no American troops on Ukrainian soil. Trump has said that. Then he gives him the summit in the U.S. The next thing would be to give him a summit where he can play host and peacemaker. But we've gotten nothing back from Putin. It's been a series of unilateral concessions to Putin, and it's not clear yet what the United States, the West, is getting. So I'm all for making a deal. I'm all for compromise. I'm all for ending the war. But the strategy of preemptive concessions to Vladimir Putin has never worked in the past and is unlikely to work now. What we need is pressure on Putin, military pressure through military aid to Ukraine. That's what will get his attention.
Fareed Zakaria, thank you so much. Anderson, back to you in D.C. Jake, thanks a lot. Here with me now is Leon Panetti. He served as former defense secretary and former CIA director under President Obama, and he was President Clinton's chief of staff. Secretary Panetti, I mean, you have seen a lot of these kind of global world leader meetings, these kind of summits. Did anything come out of this? Have you seen one quite like this?
Look, Anderson, I think the fundamental test for this summit was pretty clear, that the president had to get a ceasefire. That's at the top of the list. And he himself said he needed to get a ceasefire. And that they ultimately, if they got a ceasefire, they would then establish a negotiation between Ukraine and Russia to work out the issues on territory and on security. That would have been a successful summit. That did not happen. There was no deal. There was no there. There was no ceasefire. So it's pretty hard for me to understand just exactly what was the purpose of this summit, because whatever I thought was the fundamental test of success was not achieved.
In fact, I want to play something the president said Wednesday when asked by a reporter about what would happen if this was not a successful summit. Let's just play that.
Will Russia face any consequences if Vladimir Putin does not agree to stop the war after your meeting on Friday?
Yes, they will. Yeah.
What will the consequences?
There will be consequences.
Sanctions, tariffs?
There will be, I don't have to say, there will be very severe consequences.
Secretary Panetti, we certainly did not hear on that stage when the president was face to face with Vladimir Putin anything about any kind of consequences or any kind of failure. He's certainly not characterizing it as a failure. He did say there's not a deal until there's a deal. He said some progress was made. I mean, is he now in a position where he just ignores his promise on Wednesday that there would be severe consequences? Does he just ignore that? What do you do if you're president of the United States now?
Anderson, I think the fundamental problem here is the way that President Trump thought he could make progress with Putin. He really felt that because of their friendship, that he could basically schmooze Putin, do the red carpet, have him drive together towards the summit, and that ultimately by the power of Trump's personality, that somehow he could get Putin to agree to a ceasefire. For all of those of us who dealt with Putin, that's not the way to deal with Putin. You don't schmooze Putin. You've got to be tough with Putin. Putin is a tough actor. Putin knows what he wants. Putin is not to be trusted. And you've got to be tough with him. You've got to come down. You've got to implement sanctions. You've got to provide weapons to the Ukrainians. That is being tough with Putin. That's what Putin understands. It's the power of force. And Trump somehow thinks that he doesn't have to resort to that kind of tough action, and that he can do it through the power of his personality. And frankly, that's not working.
Here's my interview with President Trump, reported on Air Force One during the trip here from Washington, a trip that started early this morning at Joint Base Andrews. President is boarding Air Force One. We're getting ready to go on. We'll be on the flight for 6 hours. We'll do the interview on there, and then we'll see a special report in Anchorage on the other side. Soon after takeoff, President Trump decided to gaggle with pool reporters.
You had said earlier this week that Putin would face severe consequences if you get the sense from him that he's not interested. What do you mean by that?
Economically severe, yes, it will be very severe. I'm not doing this for my health, okay? I don't need it. I'd like to focus on our country, but I'm doing this to save a lot of lives. Yeah, very severe. Thank you very much, everybody.
You like doing those things? It's almost like a competition. It's like winning at golf. You know, they're coming in, every question is a kill. They hope you're going to make a mistake. They're looking, and they had a field day with Biden, that's why he didn't do it. But you're making it news then? I don't think so, nothing. I always go out, I say, is there breaking news? In other words, when I leave. If there's breaking news, that's a bad thing. Everything out here, so let's go. After you. He's a good golfer, everybody. We started after a short break for a call with a world leader in the president's office on board. You just had me in the office here, and you had a phone call with the leader from Belarus, Lukashenko, and you talked about this meeting. Can I ask you what he told you about the possibilities?
Well, I really called him to thank him. He released 16 prisoners, and it was a very nice thing. They've been trying to get these 16 people out for a long time. Biden was obviously unable to do it. Even other countries, because it's not just Americans. And he was great. He let them out, and I just called to thank him. And believe it or not, there's about 1,300 more, and I think he'll let them out too at some point in the very near future.
And what about his thoughts about this meeting that you're going to in Alaska?
He was very positive about it. He's friends with President Putin, as you know, very, very close neighbors. And they work together, and he thinks that President Putin wants to make a deal. He wants to stop this horrible killing. He mentioned it himself. He said it's a horrible situation. And he said he has great respect for me and for the country, but he didn't have a lot of respect for our country under a certain different leader, and I can understand that because nobody else did either.
So what are your expectations? I mean, is the goal of this meeting in Alaska to walk away with a ceasefire?
So when you talk about deals, it's all I do. My whole life I do deals. You never know. You don't like to have too many expectations. You want it because you have to weave and bob, and you don't know what's going to happen. But we're going to go and find out. I'd like to see a ceasefire. I wouldn't be thrilled if I didn't get it, but everyone says you're not going to get the ceasefire. It'll take place on the second meeting. The second meeting is going to be but I'm not going to be happy with that. So we'll see what happens. I'm going to be, I won't be happy if I walk away without some form of a ceasefire. Now, I say this, and I've said it from the beginning, this is really setting the table today. We're going to have another meeting if things work out, which will be very soon. Or we're not going to have any more meetings at all, maybe ever.
Don't you sense that Putin comes to this table maybe in an economic pinch, and that maybe the things you've already done have put him in an economic pinch? Is there an economic side to this, as Russia hoping to open up to the world?
Well, he lost an oil client, so to speak, which is India, which was doing about 40% of the oil. China, as you know, is doing a lot. And others have another few countries. And if I did what's called a secondary sanction or a secondary tariff, it would be, very devastating from their standpoint. If I have to do it, I'll do it. Maybe I won't have to do it.
He's coming, though, with the thought that maybe there's going to be a deal on the economy. He's coming with businessmen and...
Yeah, they're bringing a lot of people. Over 500 people are coming. A lot of them are businessmen, and what they really would like to do is, look, we built in a short period of time the greatest economy ever. I had the 4 greatest years ever as an economy, and this is going to blow it away. We're doing well. We were a dead country, and I say this often. I'll say it loud and clear. We were a dead country a year ago, a dead country, not respected by anybody. We had inflation at levels that we had never had before. They say 48 years. I say it was worse than ever before.
So if you were to paint a picture of what perfect looks like coming out of Alaska today, what does that look like in your mind?
Look, it's not for me to negotiate a deal for Ukraine. but I can certainly set the table to negotiate the deal. And our next meeting will have President Zelenskyy and President Putin and probably me. I'd like to focus on doing our country, but you know, I get these interruptions. I've solved 6 wars in 6 months when you think about it. And that's from Pakistan to India. That was going to be a terrible one. Planes being shot down. That was getting ready to flare. And then nuclear powers and so many others. And you know,
Armenia, Azerbaijan, Congo, Rwanda. In fact, did you see that Hillary Clinton yesterday said that if you got this deal done and not capitulate to Putin, that she would nominate you for the Nobel Peace Prize?
If President Trump were the architect of that, I'd nominate him for a Nobel Peace Prize.
Well, that was very nice. I may have to start liking her again. I will say this. This is an important meeting. The second meeting potentially is more important. It could be more finality. It's not for me to negotiate for Ukraine, but I think I have a pretty good idea what they'd like to see and what's good and what's not good. But more importantly than the deals and all of the things we've been talking about in their lives, they've lost right now 5,000 to 7,000. They're losing a week, mostly soldiers, Russian and Ukrainian soldiers. Think of this. You have Russian soldiers, you have Ukrainian soldiers. They're losing on average 5,000. Last week they lost 7,011 soldiers and some other people where bombs were lobbed into Kiev and other places. It's something that has to stop. And I'll tell you what, if I didn't win this election, and if I wasn't doing this, you right now could be in a third world war. That was heading to a third world war. You know,
You've said before that we got a lot of BS thrown at us by Putin. What is it about an in-person meeting that makes you think he's not going to, in your words, give you BS? I mean, how are you going to trust him because you can look across the table at him?
well, look, I've known him very well. I had a very good relationship despite the Russia hoax. It was a hoax. And that really made the relationship much harder, but I had a good relationship with him. We had no problems. We had, country that we were getting along. We were doing fine. We have tremendous potential. Russia has very valuable land. We have tremendous potential to have a great relationship, a great business relationship, but we couldn't do it because of the crooked, demented people that created the phony Russia. And I told them, I said, Vladimir, there's no way we're going to make a deal. You know that. He said, well, I think it's going to be tough. I said, no, not tough. It's impossible. Because I have wise guys that created a phony deal, and until that settled up, that was the hoax, the big hoax, one of the greatest hoax. I think we have a lot of others that we can talk about, all by the same group of very, very bad Americans. I'm going to be nice when I say it that way. But we have a potential to do some very good things at this meeting. One of the things I think we'll discuss, and again, it's about Ukraine, but we have nuclear treaties to discuss. We have a lot of things to discuss that normally would be something that would come naturally, but it's not so natural now because of Ukraine.
You had Steve Witkoff go talk to Vladimir Putin, so there has to be some sense that you have going into this that you're going to have something, because otherwise, you said you go in and look him across the table and be able to say in the first 2 minutes whether it was going to happen or not.
I'll be able to tell very quickly whether or not this will be a good meeting. A good meeting really is more, in my opinion, scheduled to be the second meeting, but I won't be happy about that. I'm not looking to waste a lot of time and a lot of energy and a lot of money doing this. I want to get it done, and I want to really stop them this week, not next week. So we'll have a second meeting. Now, it could be that if this meeting's bad enough, that I'm gone.
1986, Reagan walks away from Reykjavik with Gorbachev, and it was a strong moment. I mean, you could foresee if it goes down a bad path, you get up and walk away.
I'm not doing it based on history, based on anything else. I'm doing it based on a deal. If we make a deal, great. If I see that there's no hope of making a deal, I'm out of there. It's over. I'm out of there. This isn't my war. This is Biden's war. This is Biden screwed this up. Just like he did with Afghanistan with that horrible retreat. And the way he did it, I'll never forget it. That was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. Well, this is Biden's war too. This is a war that should have never happened. I saw it for 4 years, it didn't happen. And I understand Putin. It was the apple of his eye. Ukraine was the apple of his eye. There was no way he was going to move on it. I'll tell you, you have a very similar thing with President Xi of China and Taiwan. But I don't believe there's any way it's going to happen as long as I'm here. We'll see. He told me, I will never do it as long as you're president. President Xi told me that. And I said, well, I appreciate that. But he also said, but I am very patient. And China is very patient. I said, well, that's up to you. But it better not happen now.
These guys, both Xi and Putin, have said things before that they didn't live up to, or they did other things. And, when you were campaigning, you said, we can solve this right away, 24 hours. You got into it, you've explained, it's much more complex. It's tougher, right?
So I thought this would be, I settled 6 wars recently, like Congo was going on, this was with Rwanda, was going on for 31 years, and I got it settled. We have a case with, take a look at Cambodia, take a look at so many. And the most difficult ones turned out to be easy. The easiest one, which should be this one, turned out to be the toughest.
And that's because of Putin?
Well, it's because of a lot of things. It's because of personalities that don't get along very well. I mean, President Zelenskyy and President Putin did not get along. Again, I inherited this. I came in, I got very angry at people yesterday. I came in and I said, what the hell? I inherited this mess. I inherited a mess from Biden with the economy, with inflation, with high taxes, with so many other things.
You've said that there could be very severe consequences if Putin doesn't do a ceasefire, if this falls apart. But you also in the past said that sanctions you don't think really affect Russia because he's gotten around them before. What does severe look like?
Severe. Let me just tell you one other one. Cambodia, Thailand. It was starting. And I got it right at the beginning. But many people are dead right along the border. And I happened to be talking to one of the two parties, and I said, "Are you guys going to war again?" Because they've been fighting for, as they said, 500 years. I said, "How long are you fighting?" They said, 500 years, on and off, right? I said, "This is not good." I got that one solved. So we're going to see what happens. We're going to have a meeting today. Hopefully it'll be good. If it's bad, if it's something I don't see a future in, I'm a deal guy. If it's something I don't see a future in, I'm gone. I'll leave. I don't have to do a press. I'll just say, not going to be a deal, I'm out of here. And I go back to the United States and I preside over the economy that, when do you see what's happening with all of this? We have trillions of dollars pouring in. Even people that were against tariffs only because they didn't understand tariffs, they didn't even know what a tariff was. You had economists that didn't even know what a tariff was. They're all my biggest fan now. They're all saying, you see it. We have an economy that's going to be the best ever, I think, in the history of our world.
You land in Air Force One. It sends a different signal. It's a pretty good way to travel. And we're going to land in this base in Alaska that's going to have a lot of military equipment there on the ground. It's pretty impressive.
Well, I think people are going to be impressed, and I hope your cameras can look at it. It's a very big base, and it's got a lot of great equipment. We have F-22s, we have the B-2 bomber that everyone saw. How about that? 36 hours back and forth. Not a screw was loose, not a plane went down, even from a mechanical standpoint. If you take a look at the last raid into Iran, it was the helicopters, Jimmy Carter, what a shame that was, that whole thing, and then they ended up taking our great patriots as prisoners, and it was the exact opposite. This was a flawless campaign.
And it sent a message to the world.
It sent a message, and that plane is one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. But when you land, you'll see the B-2s, you'll see I think the most beautiful fighter jet in the world is the F-22. You're going to see F-35s all over the place. It's a big base. You're going to see lots of equipment. And I hope your cameras can cover it because it will be very impressive.
Thanks for the time. Thanks for the ride. And we'll talk to you on the way back. Just keep playing. We're in Alaska, Air Force One here on the ground. Just minutes before President Putin is scheduled to land, they rolled out the red carpet, literally, the red carpet and a number of B-2s and F-22s here in Alaska.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else. All right, we are broadcasting from Joint Base Elmendorf, Richardson. We are in Anchorage, Alaska. Joining us now with reaction to today's historic meeting are Senators Tom Cotton, Arkansas, Lindsey Graham, South Carolina. Lindsey, start with you. A couple of things really stand out to me. Vladimir Putin saying to the world, this war never would have happened had Donald Trump been president. Donald Trump, scale of 1 to 10, gives it a 10. I took a lot away from this interview. Your thoughts?
Number one, I don't really care what. I blame Putin more than anybody else for starting the war. I want to be clear about that. But let me tell you, I've never been more hopeful this war can end honorably and justly than I am right now. The news you made in this interview, to me, is earth-shattering. President Trump said that Putin wants him to meet with Zelenskyy. That Putin is now apparently agreeing to a trilateral meeting between Putin, Zelenskyy, and Trump. That's the biggest breakthrough of the night. I've never heard that before. If we have that meeting, I think there will be an honorable and just end to this war before Christmas, well before Christmas. If that meeting doesn't come about, then I think Trump's going to have to use severe consequences against Putin and those who buy his oil and gas.
Senator Cotton, what was your big takeaways of this?
Yes, Sean, I agree. That would be a very critical meeting between Presidents Trump, Putin, and Zelenskyy. There's no ceasefire coming out of this meeting today, but also I thought President Trump stood firm in defense of U.S. interests and also our friends in Europe and Ukraine. This is in contrast, for instance, to Joe Biden's summit with Vladimir Putin in the summer of 2021. In just 2 months, we saw the collapse of Kabul, and then 2 months after that, we saw Vladimir Putin begin to mass forces on Ukraine's border. So I think it was an inconclusive meeting, but an important step forward. And as Lindsey said, if that leads to direct negotiations between the presidents of Ukraine and Russia, I think we'd be in a position to have a durable and stable peace that protects Ukraine's territory, autonomy, and sovereignty, and allows it to build for its future.
Yeah. Oh, well, Senator Cotton, the president was kind of clear in the lead-up to this meeting. He did not overpromise and underdeliver here. He did not say he was going to negotiate a peace settlement. He said he was here to see if there was a path forward. Clearly, he believes that there is. Apparently, based on everything that I heard and read that Vladimir Putin said, I was in the room at the time, I don't understand or speak Russian, but having a readout of it, it seems like he feels that there is a path forward and wants President Trump to be a part of it. That was the stated purpose, was it not?
Yes, Sean. I think the president appropriately set and measured expectations for the meeting. Vladimir Putin has been waging this war of aggression for 3.5 years now. I think the first step is going to be a ceasefire. We didn't have that today, but hopefully in the weeks ahead, especially if the presidents of Ukraine and Russia can sit down, there'll be a ceasefire, which can stop the killing at least temporarily, and then move on to that durable peace settlement. I think this was an important first step. Again, President Trump said he didn't expect to have any kind of major breakthrough today, but he did hope that it would set some groundwork for future talks, and it sounds like that's what happened.
Yeah, Senator Graham, what would you like to see as next steps? I did bring up with the president, I said, in most people's minds, and you have made similar comments, that there's going to be land swaps. There probably will be, I'll assume, the Donbass region, which is about 80% Russian national, will remain with Russia. But what Ukraine is obviously going to want out of this more than anything else, they've got to have security guarantees, non-NATO related, and that would mean obviously a good relationship with the United States, their ability to purchase weapons, and of course Europe is going to have to step up.
Yeah. Well, the infrastructure of deterrence is what Biden and Obama failed to deliver. When Putin invaded in 2014 and 2022, Obama and Biden's watch, there was no telling Putin, you better not do it again. I have all the confidence in the world that Donald Trump will make it clear to Putin, this war will never start again. If it does, you're going to pay a heavy price. Security guarantees for Ukraine. So if Putin invades in the future, he'll be fighting a coalition of the willing, just not Ukraine. That American weapons will flow to the Ukrainian military in perpetuity. They'll have the strongest army on the continent of Europe. That will have pre-invasion sanctions to hit Putin if he ever does this again. There will be land swaps. You can't evict every Russian, but the Ukrainians will make that deal, not the United States. Ukraine will make that deal. And Trump set in motion the end of this war. Now, I've never been more optimistic than I am right now. Tom is right. There's no ceasefire. But when Trump told you, and this is breaking news as far as I'm concerned, that Putin wants to meet with me and Zelenskyy, that sets in motion the end of the war. And let me tell you this. If he does meet with Putin, Zelenskyy, and Trump, and there's no end to this war, Trump will crush the Russian economy.
Well, I think that's what the president said. There'd be dire consequences if, in fact, this meeting did not go well today. That's not happening. And he even went a little step further when he said he didn't think he had to go back to China in terms of their import of oil. Let's go back, Senator Cotton. Remember, Crimea was under Obama and Biden. And as Putin was amassing troops on the Ukrainian border in 2021, troops and military equipment, Joe Biden never picked up the phone, never called Vladimir Putin. Joe Biden, famously said, don't. That was echoed by Kamala Harris. And then, of course, well, what happens if? Well, it depends if it's a minor incursion. Donald Trump is involving himself pretty much in every conflict around the world. He explained that when he's talking about trade with these countries, he's also talking peace with these countries. There's really not the trade deals obviously impact the United States. Peace in the world just saves lives, and he seems heavily invested in it, and I don't think a lot of world leaders are willing to expend the political capital to do that.
No, I don't think so either, Sean. Strength and resolution matters tremendously in the conduct of foreign policy and national security, and you put it well. Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine when Barack Obama was president. He did it again when Joe Biden was president. He seems to do it when Democrats are president because they are weak and irresolute. But as he himself said today, he didn't do it when President Trump was in his first term, and he takes President Trump seriously today. That's the kind of strength and resolution that we need, not just in Ukraine, but we saw in Iran, we see in the war in Gaza, and that we've seen in these trade negotiations as well. It makes a big difference to have a strong president back in the White House.
All right, Senator Cotton, Senator Graham, thank you both for being with us tonight. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
America and the President of the Russian Federation.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, our negotiations have been held in a constructive atmosphere of mutual respect. We had very thorough negotiations that were quite useful. I would like to thank once again my American counterpart for the proposal to travel out here to Alaska. It only makes sense that we've met here because our countries, though separated by the oceans, are close neighbors. So when we've met, when I came out of the plane and I've said, good afternoon, dear neighbor, very good to see you, in good health, and to see you alive. I think that is very neighborly. And I think that's some kind words that we can say to each other. We're separated by the Strait of Bering, though there are 2 islands only between the Russian island and the U.S. island. They're only 4 kilometers apart. We're close neighbors, and it's a fact. It's also important that Alaska has to do with our common heritage, common history between Russia and the U.S., and many positive events have to do with that territory. Still, there is tremendous cultural heritage back from the Russian America. For example, Orthodox churches and a lot of more than 700 geographical names of Russian origin. During the Second World War, it was here in Alaska that was the origin of the legendary air bridge for the supply of military aircraft and other equipment under the Lend-Lease program. It was a dangerous and treacherous route over the vast emptiness of ice. However, the pilots of both countries did everything to bring close to the victory. They risked their lives and they gave it all for the common victory. I was just in the city of Magadan in Russia, and there is a memorial there dedicated to the Russian and the U.S. pilots. And there are two flags, the U.S. flag and the Russian flag. And I know that here as well, there is such a memorial. There is a military burial place several kilometers away from here. The Soviet pilots are buried there who died during that dangerous mission. And we're thankful to the citizens and the government of the U.S. for carefully taking care of their memory. I think that's very worthy and noble. We'll always remember other historical examples when our countries defeated common enemies together in the spirit of battle camaraderie and allyship that supported each other and facilitated each other. I'm sure that this heritage will help us rebuild and foster mutually beneficial and equal ties at this new stage, even during the hardest conditions. It is known that there have been no summits between Russia and the U.S. for 4 years, and that's a long time. This time was very hard for bilateral relations, and let's be frank, they've fallen to the lowest point since the Cold War. I think that's not benefiting our countries and the world as a whole. It is apparent that sooner or later we have to amend the situation to move on from the confrontation to dialogue. And in this case, a personal meeting between the heads of state has been long overdue. Naturally, under the condition of serious and painstaking work, and this work has been done in general. Me and President Trump have very good direct contact. We've spoken multiple times. We spoke frankly on the phone. And special envoy of the president, Mr. Lukov, traveled down to Russia several times. Our advisors and heads of foreign ministries kept in touch all the time. And you know fully well that one of the central issues was the situation around Ukraine. We see the strive of the administration and President Trump personally to help facilitate the resolution of the Ukrainian conflict. And his strive to get to the crux of the matter, to understand this history, is precious. As I've said, the situation in Ukraine has to do with fundamental threats to our security. Moreover, we've always considered the Ukrainian nation, and I've said it multiple times, a brotherly nation, however strange it may sound in these conditions. We have the same roots, and everything that's happening is a tragedy for us and terrible wound. Therefore, the country is sincerely interested in putting an end to it. At the same time, we're convinced that in order to make the settlement lasting and long-term, we need to eliminate all the primary roots, the primary causes of that conflict. And we've said it multiple times, to consider all legitimate concerns of Russia and to reinstate a just balance of security in Europe and in the world on the whole. And I agree with President Trump, as he has said today, that naturally the security of Ukraine should be ensured as well. Naturally, we are prepared to work on that. I would like to hope that the agreement that we've reached together will help us bring closer that goal and will pave the path towards peace in Ukraine. We expect that Kiev and European capitals will perceive that constructively and that they won't throw a wrench in the works. They will not make any attempts to use some backroom dealings to conduct provocations to torpedo the nascent progress. Incidentally, when the new administration came to power, bilateral trade started to grow. It's still very symbolic. Still, we have a growth of 20%. As I've said, we have a lot of dimensions for joint work. It is clear that the U.S. and Russian investment and business cooperation has tremendous potential. Russia and the US can offer each other so much in trade, digital, high-tech, and in space exploration. We see that Arctic cooperation is also very possible. And our international context, for example, between the Far East of Russia and the West Coast of the US. Overall, it's very important for our countries to turn the page, to go back to cooperation. It is symbolic that not far away from here, the border between Russia and the US, there is a so-called international dateline. I think you can step over literally from yesterday into tomorrow. And I hope that we'll succeed in that. In political sphere, I would like to thank President Trump for our joint work, for the well-wishing and trustworthy tone of our conversation. It's important that both sides are result-oriented, and we see that the President of the U.S. has a very clear idea of what he would like to achieve. He sincerely cares about the prosperity of his nation. Still, he understands that Russia has its own national interests. I expect that today's agreements will be the starting point, not only for the solution of the Ukrainian issue, but also will help us bring back business-like and pragmatic relations between Russia and the US. And in the end, I'd like to add one more thing. I'd like to remind you that in 2022, during the last contact with the previous administration, I tried to convince my previous American colleague that the situation should not be brought to the point of no return when it would come to hostilities. And I said it quite directly back then that it's a big mistake. Today, when President Trump is saying that if he was the president back then, there will be no war. And I'm quite sure that it would indeed be so. And I can confirm that. I think that overall, me and President Trump have built a very good business-like and trustworthy contact. And I have every reason to believe that moving down this path, we can come, and the sooner the better, to the end of the conflict in Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. That was very profound, and I will say that I believe we had a very productive meeting. There were many, many points that we agreed on, most of them, I would say. A couple of big ones that we haven't quite got there, but we've made some headway. So there's no deal until there's a deal. I will call up NATO in a little while. I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate, and I'll, of course, call up President Zelenskyy and tell him about today's meeting. It's ultimately up to them. They're going to have to agree with what Marco and Steve and some of the great people from the Trump administration who've come here, Scott and John Ratcliffe, thank you very much. But we have some of our really great leaders. They've been doing a phenomenal job. We also have some tremendous Russian business representatives here, and I think everybody wants to deal with us. We've become the hottest country anywhere in the world in a very short period of time, and we look forward to that. We look forward to dealing. We're going to try and get this over with. We really made some great progress today. I've always had a fantastic relationship with President Putin, with Vladimir. We had many tough meetings, good meetings. We were interfered with by the Russia hoax. It made it a little bit tougher to deal with, but he understood it. I think he's probably seen things like that during the course of his career. He's seen it all, but we had to put up with the Russia hoax. He knew it was a hoax, and I knew it was a hoax, but what was done was very criminal. But it made it harder for us to deal as a country in terms of the business and all of the things that we'd like to have dealt with, but we'll have a good chance when this is over. So, just to put it very quickly, I'm going to start making a few phone calls and tell them what happened. But we had an extremely productive meeting, and many points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant, but we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there. I would like to thank President Putin and his entire team whose faces, who I know in many cases, other than that, whose faces I get to see all the time in the newspapers. You're almost as famous as the boss, but especially this one right over here. But we had some good meetings over the years, right? Good productive meetings over the years, and we hope to have that in the future. But let's do the most productive one right now. We're going to stop really 5, 6, 7,000, thousands of people a week from being killed, and President Putin wants to see that as much as I do. So, again, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you very much, and we'll speak to you very soon, and probably see you again very soon. Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Next time in Moscow.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I don't know. I'll get a little heat on that one, but I can see it possibly happening. Thank you very much, Vladimir. And thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, wow. So this is what we just...
What's your message for them? Well, if I didn't align myself with both of them, you'd never have a deal. You want me to say really terrible things about Putin and then say, "Hi, Vladimir, how are we doing on the deal?" That doesn't work that way. I'm not aligned with Putin. I'm not aligned with anybody. I'm aligned with the United States of America and for the good of the world. I'm aligned with the world. And I want to get this thing over with. You see the hatred he's got for Putin. It's very tough for me to make a deal with that kind of hate. He's got tremendous hatred. And I understand that, but I can tell you the other side isn't exactly in love with, him either. So it's not a question of alignment. I'm aligned with the world. I want to get the thing set. I'm aligned with Europe. I want to see if we can get this thing done. You want me to be tough? I could be tougher than any human being you've ever seen. I'd be so tough. But you're never going to get a deal that way, so that's the way it goes. One more question.
I will respond to this. So look, for 4 years in the United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words mattered more than the President of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Yeah? Okay. So he occupied our parts, big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact?
2015.
2014 and 2014.
Yeah. So he killed.
Not here.
Yeah, but yes, but during 2014 till 2022, yeah, the situation is the same. The people have been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversations, bilateral conversation, and we signed with him. Me, like a new president. In 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel, we signed ceasefire. Ceasefire, all of them told me that he will never go. We signed him with gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broke the ceasefire. He killed our people and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come to the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the President for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to. I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning. Sure. First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless. God bless. You're not having war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that. Remember this. You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
Feel influence.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position that happens to be right about.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. Right now, you're playing cards. You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country. That's back to you. Far more than a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you once? This entire meeting? No, in this entire meeting, have you said thank you? You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war,
He's not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country is in big trouble.
Can I answer?
No, you've done a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not winning. You're not winning this. You have a damn good chance of coming out okay because of us.
Mr. President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone. And we are thankful. I said thanks in this cabinet.
You haven't been alone. We gave you, through this stupid president, $350 billion. We gave you military equipment. And your men are brave, but they had to use our military. If you didn't have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3 days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days. This is something
maybe less.
In 2 weeks, of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this.
And you say thank you, except that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on. I think it's very important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You don't have the cards. You're buried there. Your people are dying. You're running low on soldiers. Listen, you're running low on soldiers. It would be a damn good thing. And then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go and I want this. Look. If you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you say you don't want a ceasefire.
But I said to you,
I want a ceasefire because you get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't with me. That wasn't with me. That was with a guy named Biden, who is not a smart person. That was with Obama.
It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is, Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful. Because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
One more question to Mr. Vice President. I'm sorry.
It's going to be a tough deal to make. Because the attitudes have to change.
What if Russia breaks ceasefire? What if Russia breaks peace talks. What do you do them? I understand that it's a heated conversation right now.
What are you saying?
She's asking, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
Well, what if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it? I don't know. They broke it with Biden because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me. Let me tell you, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt where they used him and Russia. Russia. You ever hear of that deal? That was a phony Hunter Biden, Joe Biden scam. Hillary Clinton, Shifty Adam Schiff. It was a Democrat scam. And he had to go through that. And he did go through it. We didn't end up in a war. And he went through it. He was accused of all that stuff. He had nothing to do with it. It came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom. It came out of Hunter Biden's bedroom. It was disgusting. And then they said, oh, the laptop from hell was made by Russia. The 51 agents. The whole thing was a scam. And he had to put up with that. He was being accused of all that stuff. All I can say is this. He might have broken deals with Obama and Bush, and he might have broken them with Biden. He did, maybe. Maybe he did. I don't know what happened. But he didn't break them with me. He wants to make a deal. I don't know if he can make a deal. The problem is, I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing. All right, I think we've seen enough. What do you think? Yeah? This is going to be great television, I will say that. All right. We'll see what we can do about putting it together. We'll see. Guys, come on. About soldiers. This has been a horrible, bloody mess, and we're going to get it solved. We got to get it solved. And you know, we're not talking about America's soldiers from this country. We're talking about Russia and Ukraine. But on a humanitarian basis, we have to get this very, very bloody, savage problem solved. And I will say this also, it could lead to World War III if it's not solved. You know, there'll be a point at which it's not going to stop at those two countries. Already there's such involvement from other countries. And it could really lead to a very big war, World War III, and we're not going to let that happen either.
Will you support the idea to send European troops in Ukraine to back the ceasefire?
European troops may go into Ukraine as peacemakers. So when the agreement is done, they can watch that everything's followed properly. I don't think that's going to be a problem. And a lot of the European countries, I think, I don't want to speak for France, but I know that the president's talked about doing that also. I think that'll be a very good day when we can go in as peacekeepers as opposed to what's going on right now with everybody being killed.
Will they have U.S. backing, those troops going into Ukraine? Will they have U.S. backing for U.S. troops?
Well, we're going to have a backing of some kind, and obviously the European countries are going to be involved. And I don't think you're going to need much backing. I think that's not going to be a problem. Once an agreement is signed, Russia's going to get back to its business, and Ukraine and Europe are going to get back to their business. I don't think it's going to be a problem. What? I will be meeting with President Zelenskyy. In fact, he may come in this week or next week to sign the agreement, and which would be nice. I'd love to meet him. Would meet at the Oval Office. So the agreement's being worked on now, They're very close to a final deal. It'll be a deal with rare earths and various other things, and he would like to come, as I understand it, here to sign it, and that would be great with me. I think they did have to get it approved by their council or whoever might approve it, but I'm sure that will happen. I'll be meeting with President Putin also, yes. I don't know when we speak. We're trying to get this thing worked out, but yeah, at some point I'll be meeting with President Putin too.
Monsieur Macron, s'il vous plaît, est-ce que vous pouvez dire quelques mots en français?
I can say a few words in French. Non, le président l'a dit, je pense que c'est un moment important. C'est un moment important de la discussion. On veut bâtir la paix en Ukraine et le bilan qui a été rappelé, une réalité, il y a d'1 million de morts et de blessés depuis le début de ce conflit et de cette guerre d'agression. Notre volonté, c'est que cette paix dure parce que nous avons déjà eu un cessez-le-feu et une paix qui n'a pas été respectée, c'était les accords de Minsk, 1 puis 2. Et donc le corps de cette discussion, c'est de s'assurer d'abord qu'il y ait un cessez-le-feu, ensuite que les Ukrainiens soient impliqués. Je pense que ce que vient de dire à l'instant le président Trump est très important, c'est-à-dire qu'il va rencontrer rapidement le président Zelenskyy pour signer cet accord sur les minerais critiques et les terres rares, et que c'est aussi un moyen d'avoir une implication américaine forte. Les Européens sont prêts à prendre leur charge sous des formes diverses, de soutien à l'armée ukrainienne, de présence y compris pour s'assurer que la paix soit durable. Et l'implication dans la durée des États-Unis d'Amérique à travers cet accord est une bonne chose. Et donc tout est encore à construire. Et je ne veux pas préempter les discussions. Mais nous partageons le même objectif. Et ce qu'on a discuté ce matin, pendant 1 heure après la visioconférence ensemble, et ce qu'on va continuer de travailler, sont pour moi des bonnes avancées. Et l'annonce de...
We've spoken about this just a moment ago. This is exactly what we want to do. We want to build peace with Ukraine. As President Trump mentioned, there are already 1 million dead and wounded in Ukraine since the war began. We had a ceasefire in the past that was not respected. This was under the Minsk Agreements 1 and 2. President Trump, as he said, will be meeting with President Zelenskyy to sign a deal on rare earths. And we are pleased to see this very strong American involvement. Europe, of course, also stands ready to support Ukraine in various ways, supporting its military. And we don't want to preempt any sort of discussions that are currently underway, but we do share the same objective of building this lasting peace.
I just want to tell you a little story. So we were at the Eiffel Tower having dinner with your wonderful wife and with my wonderful wife, and we came out and he started speaking the French deal. And we didn't have an interpreter, and he was going on and on and on, and I was just nodding, yes, yes, yes. And he really sold me out, because I got back the next day and I read the papers. I said, that's not what we said. He's a smart customer, I will tell you that. That was exactly what we agreed.
If the President called Zelenskyy a dictator, would you use the same words without inclusive?
I don't use those words lightly. I think that we're going to see how it all works out. Let's see what happens. I think we have a chance of a really good settlement between various countries. And, you know, you're talking about Europe, and you're talking about Ukraine as part of that whole situation. The other side has a lot of support also. So let's see how it all works out. It might work out. Look, you can never make up lives. One thing you can make up the money, but you can't make up the lives. A lot of lives lost. I think probably a lot more lives than people are talking about. It's been a rough war, but I think we're close to getting it solved.
Question about Doge, sir. Do you think that Doge could benefit from more streamlined communications? There was that email telling employees to do 5 things that they've done last week. Agency heads then told people to ignore it. But
You're talking about the last email that was sent, where he wanted to know what you did this week. You know why he wanted that, by the way? I thought it was great. Because we have people that don't show up to work and nobody even knows if they work for the government. So by asking the question, tell us what you did this week, what he's doing is saying, are you actually working? And then if you don't answer, like you're sort of semi-fired or you're fired, because a lot of people are not answering because they don't even exist. They're trying to find, that's how badly various parts of our government were run by, and especially by this last group. So what they're doing is they're trying to find out who's working for the government. Are we paying other people that aren't working? And, where's all this, where's the money going? We have found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud so far, and we've just started. We're actually going to Fort Knox to see if the gold is there, because maybe somebody stole the gold. Tons of gold. So I think it was actually, there was a lot of genius in sending it. We're trying to find out if people are working. And so we're sending a letter to people, please tell us what you did last week. If people don't respond, it's very possible that there is no such person or they're not working.
Some of the agency heads instructed their employees not to respond because they were waiting on further guidance. But Elon Musk's tweet said a failure to respond would be taken as a resignation. So there's been a disconnect in communications.
Yeah.
Are you concerned at all about that?
No. That was done in a friendly letter. Only things such as perhaps Marco or State Department where they have very confidential things, or the FBI where they're working on confidential things. And they don't mean that in any way combatively with Elon. They're just saying there's some people that you don't want to really have them tell you what they're working on last week. But other than that, I think everyone thought it was a pretty ingenious idea. We have to find out where these people are. Who are they? And we said if you don't respond, we assume you're not around.
And that stands.
And you're not getting paid anymore, too. So, we're doing a real job. And we just had a poll come out, I guess the Harvard poll, saying that it's massively popular what we're doing.
Mr. President, do you still believe in NATO, in the alliance between Europe and America in NATO?
NATO is very much involved in this. When I first got elected at the very beginning, first term, I got hundreds of billions of dollars put into NATO. NATO had no money because they hadn't paid for years. And I said, look, if you don't pay, we're not going to be part of NATO, we're not going to protect, we're not going to do what we're supposed to do. And we took in hundreds of billions of dollars into NATO. Now, NATO is a good thing if it's done properly and if it's used properly.
Mr. President, in these days you speak a lot about the tariff in Canada, in Mexico, and in Europe. I want to know what is your idea about it, if you want to make the same thing.
Can you talk up a little bit?
In these days...
Can you talk a little louder? You have a beautiful voice, but you're not... Where are you from? From Italy. Oh, I love Italy. Go ahead.
I want to know if you have the same idea about tariff.
Well, look, I love Italy, and Italy is a very important nation. We have a wonderful woman as your leader. And she was on the conversation today, the one that we had, the G7. And I think Italy's doing very well. I think Italy's got very strong leadership with Georgia. Any other questions over here? Yes, ma'am.
Can you clarify what you meant in the Truth Today on the major economic development transactions between the U.S. and Russia?
With respect to what, Russia?
In solving peace deals, whether major economic development transactions which will take place between the United States and Russia.
Yeah, we're trying to do some economic development deals. They have a lot of things that we want, and we'll see. I mean, I don't know if that will come to fruition, but we'd love to be able to do that if we could. They have massive rare earth. It's a very large, it's actually the largest in terms of land. It's by far the largest country. And they have very valuable things that we could use, and we have things that they could use, and it would be very good if we could do that. I think it would be a very good thing for world peace and lasting peace. I mean, our first thing that we want to do, the first element of the overall transaction is ending the war. But if, just as we're doing with Ukraine, if we could do some economic development in terms of Russia and getting things that we want, something like that would be possible, yes.
Can you explain the rationale, sir, in the U.S.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Can you explain the rationale of having the U.S. vote against the UN resolutions that Ukraine proposed and also the U.S. proposed?
I would rather not explain it now, but it's sort of self-evident, I think.
Mr. President, first talked about increasing the tariffs on products from the European Union. Is that still something on today?
Well, it's not increasing, it's reciprocal. So whatever they charge us, we're charging them. So it's not a question of increasing. If they charge us 20%, we charge them 20%. If they charge us 30 or 40%, then we do that too. So that would be on your opinion, but that really would be with respect to everyone. It's reciprocity. So reciprocal. Whatever they charge us, we charge them. Nobody has a problem. Even you. I see you don't have a problem. Right?
Mr. President, are you thinking of going to Moscow soon? Maybe in May for the NATO, May for the anniversary?
Not soon, but I would be certainly, if this all gets settled out, which I think it will, sure, I would go there.
On the 9th
and he'd come here too.
On the 9th of May on the Red Square?
I don't know, 9th of May, no, I think that's pretty soon. But no, at the appropriate time, I would go to Moscow.
Monsieur le Président, est-ce que l'envoi de troupes françaises
I think we're working it soon. Within weeks. Yeah, I think smart. Don't you think so? I'd like to ask that. I think we could end it within weeks if we're smart. If we're not smart, it'll keep going and we'll keep losing young, beautiful people that shouldn't be dying. And we don't want that. And remember what I said. This could escalate into a third world war. And we don't want that either.
Mr. President, your own Steve Witkoff suggested a temporary ceasefire in the conflict, but the Russian government has denied that out of hand. Are you worried that they're not feeling in good faith?
No, I think they, at some point, will agree to that. I think they probably wanted to. And I think once you have a ceasefire, it's going to end because they're not going from a ceasefire back to war. I think people have had their fall. I'm just glad I was able to help because there was no communication with Russia until I came along. Biden didn't communicate. He couldn't communicate with his own child. So Biden didn't communicate. He couldn't. It was terrible. He hadn't spoken to Putin in 3 years. You're trying to end a war. People are being killed. Every week, thousands of people are being killed. Soldiers, in this case, mostly. Also towns, as missiles go in and back and forth. No, it's a shame. This should have never happened. This is a very sad, this is going to go down in the history books. This is a very sad moment because that should have been stopped. That should have never started. And if it did start, it should have stopped the first week, not 3 years later. Okay?
Je vais répondre sur le nommé. Juste, je pense que plusieurs questions de votre collègue qui ont été posées en français et qui rejoignent les questions posées par les collègues américains. D'abord, cette discussion est utile et construire la paix est une nécessité. La deuxième chose, c'est qu'il y a aujourd'hui une capacité de dissuasion qui est restaurée et que c'est ce que veut dire le président Trump quand il n'y aura plus de problème. Je pense que la force du réengagement américain aujourd'hui, c'est en quelque sorte l'incertitude aussi pour le président Poutine. Et donc il y a une capacité de dissuasion qui est là, qui permet de sceller d'abord sans doute une trêve, la capacité à vérifier que cette trêve est respectée, et ensuite un accord de paix qui permettra de reconstruire l'Ukraine, mais de lui apporter aussi des garanties de sécurité. Dans le cadre de ces garanties de sécurité, nous pensons que nous avons notre rôle à jouer. Et donc, on verra à ce moment-là de la discussion, je ne veux pas la prendre, ce qui est nécessaire pour que l'Ukraine puisse rester un pays souverain. Et d'ailleurs, dans les discussions entre l'Ukraine et les États-Unis d'Amérique, il y a cette question d'une souveraineté ukrainienne qui est respectée. Et donc, nous, ce que nous avons préparé, en particulier avec nos partenaires britanniques, dans le cadre d'un travail très étroit qu'on a mené ces dernières semaines, et partagé avec tous les pays européens et alliés qui sont prêts à s'y joindre, c'est l'idée de dire on est prêt à apporter ces garanties de sécurité. Les conditions, elles doivent être définies. Elles doivent être définies par l'accord. Ça peut aller jusqu'à l'envoi, comme l'a dit le président, de troupes qui iront observer que la paix est bien respectée, qui iront se positionner, pas sur la ligne de front, pas pour justement, en quelque sorte, être dans le conflit, mais marquer une présence comme une garantie. Il y a d'autres moyens de soutenir qui peuvent être des soutiens accrus et capacitaires à l'armée, des structures nouvelles. Et je pense aussi que l'accord qui est discuté, le président l'a dit, la crédibilité américaine qui est mise dans ce moment, c'est aussi montrer que chacun est dans son rôle et que nous avons une unité européenne et américaine, et donc avec une forme de garantie que les Américains prennent par la discussion sur les minerais critiques qui sont en train de finaliser.
That is the most beautiful language. I have no idea what he's saying, but that is the most elegant, beautiful language. Go ahead, please.
This is a question that was asked by several. What we need to do is make sure that we are building peace. We have deterrence capability. We have deterrence capabilities that have been restored. As President Trump said, there won't be any more problems. We've seen the U.S. re-engagement and the message that that sends to Mr. Putin. We have deterrence, which will allow a truce to take place, verification of that truce, and then a peace agreement can be put in place so that we can start rebuilding Ukraine with security guarantees. And we have a role to play in that. Again, I'm not preempting any discussions, but we've spoken about Ukraine's sovereignty, and that has been a subject of discussion between the U.S. and Ukraine. We have also been working closely with our British partners this week. We've shared this information with other European countries, and we are ready and willing to provide those security guarantees, which could perhaps include troops, but they would be there to maintain peace. They would not be along the front lines. They would not be part of any conflict. They would be there to ensure that the peace is respected. Our assistance may include other capacity building, perhaps for the military. We see U.S. credibility here. We each have our role to play, but we will be done in a united fashion.
In the Commission President, do you think that Ukraine should give up a part of its territory?
Well, we're going to see. It's a negotiation that's just starting, and they've been fighting, and there's been a lot of land that's been taken. So we'll have to see how that works out. That's part of the negotiation. I will say there was great unity in that room today. Maybe Skype or whatever, but there was great, tremendous unity today in that room with the other countries. I was very impressed.
Territory is back, and they take it back. What they lost in the past years.
That's not an easy thing to do, is it? Right? It's not an easy, just asking whether or not you can take back the land that they lost. And I say that, yeah, perhaps some of it, yeah, I hope so. But that's not an easy thing to do. It's going to be something we're talking about.
Will you convince Vladimir Putin to accept European troops as peacekeeper in Ukraine?
Yeah, he will accept that.
He will accept
I've asked him that question.
You talked to him?
I've asked him that question.
Is France going to lift the block on the
Look, if we do this deal, he's not looking for more war. He doesn't mind, but I've specifically asked him that question. He has no problem with it.
Is France going to lift the block on the $300 billion in frozen Russian assets in Belgium? France has opposed unfreezing it to pay Ukraine and compensate the U.S. for its support. Is France going to lift its opposition to that?
This is, we speak about frozen assets. We already use them to back personalities, the loans negotiated at the G7. And it's part of the sanctions, so it will depend on the follow-up of the discussions. But clearly we respect international law. It's just frozen assets now. You can take the proceeds of the frozen assets, but you cannot take the assets themselves because it's not respecting international law, and we want to respect international law.
How is one different than the other? You can take the proceeds from it, how can you not take
Because it's very different. You keep the assets, you take the proceeds because they are paralyzed in a certain way. You keep the proceeds during the wartime, but you keep the assets, and it's part of the negotiation at the end of the war. Because, this war costed all of us a lot of money. And this is the responsibility of Russia, because the aggressor is Russia. So at the end of the day, this frozen asset should be part of the negotiation. All in all.
Will France support the U.S. being compensated?
I support the idea of Ukraine first being compensated because they are the ones who have lose a lot of their fellow citizens and being destroyed by these attacks. Second, all of those who paid for to be compensated, but not by Ukraine, by Russia. Because
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to have President Zelenskyy of Ukraine. And we've been working very hard, very close. So we've actually known each other for a long time. We've been dealing with each other for a long time and very well. We had little negotiations back, but that worked out good. I think for both countries, I think for the world, actually, beyond both countries. And we have something that is a very fair deal. And we look forward to getting in and digging and working and getting some of the rare earth. But it means we're going to be inside, and it's a big commitment from the United States, and we appreciate working with you very much. And we will continue to do that. We have had some very good discussions with Russia. I spoke with President Putin, and we're going to try and bring this to a close. It's something that you want and that he wants. We have to negotiate a deal, but we've started the confines of the deal, and I think something can happen. The big thing is the number of soldiers, mostly at this point, but soldiers being killed. They're losing thousands of soldiers, so on both sides we're losing a lot of soldiers, and we want to see it stop, and we want to see the money get put to different kinds of use, like rebuilding, and we're going to be working very hard. But we've had a lot of very good conversations. I will say, until we came along, the Biden administration didn't speak to Russia whatsoever. They didn't speak to anybody. They just allowed this to continue. And I will say that, I'll say in front of you, you've heard me say it 1,000 times, if I were president, this war would have never happened. We would have had a deal negotiated for you without having to go through what you've gone through. But your soldiers have been unbelievably brave. We've given them great equipment, but somebody has to use the equipment. They've been unbelievably brave, and we give them great credit. This was supposed to be over very quickly, and here we are 3 years later. So I give tremendous credit to your generals and your soldiers and yourself, in the sense that it's been very hard fighting, very tough fighting. They're great fighters. And we have to be very proud of them from that standpoint. And now we want to get it over with. It's enough, right? We want to get it over with. So it's an honor to have you here. Thank you very much for coming. We're going to sign the agreement at the conference in the East Room in a little while, right after lunch. And we'll be having lunch together. We're also discussing some other things. And we appreciate everybody being here. It's somewhat of an exciting moment, but the really exciting moment is when they stop the shooting or we end up with a deal. And I think we're fairly close to getting that, and an honor to have you, and please, I'd like to say something.
Yeah, thanks so much, Mr. President. Thank you for the invitation. And really I hope that this first document will be first step to real security guarantees for Ukraine, our people, our children. I really count on it. And of course we count that America will not stop support. Really for us it's very important to support and to continue it. I want to discuss it with details further during our conversation, and of course the infrastructure or security guarantees. Because for today I understand what Europe is ready to do. And of course I want to discuss with you what the United States will be ready to do. And I really count on your strong position to stop Putin. And you said that enough with the war. I think that is very important, Bill, to say these words to Putin at the very beginning of war, because he is a killer and terrorist. But I hope that together we can stop him. But for us it's very important to save our country, our values, our freedom and democracy, and of course no compromises with the killer about our territories, but it will be later. And of course what I wanted, we spoke about it by phone with you about the drones production. We have very good drones production, I think the best one in the world for today because of the war. Yes, and of course we need very much the air defense. You have the best air defense in the world, and really you helped us under attacks of Russians, and I want to speak how we can exchange the licenses. We're open to share the licenses of all our drones with you, of course with the United States, and we need licenses for quick production of air defense. Even after the war, we need our nation to be calm, that we're secure. So that's why we need this air shield. And of course, about this, I want to speak about the contingents. I think that France and UK already spoke to you, and we know that Europe is ready, but without the United States, they will not be ready to be as strong as we need. And the last point, last not least, about exchange, about our people and children. And you know that this crazy Russian, that they stolen 20,000 of children, Ukrainian children. They changed their names. They changed their families, relatives, and now they're in Russia. We want to bring them back. And really, it's a big dream, task and goal for me. And our warriors. By the way, Mr. we exchanged, released more than 4,000 warriors from Russian prison, but there are thousands more in the prison. I wanted to share with you some images, how just Yes. Can I know?
Yeah.
All right. It's a minute, one minute. I just need to understand what it means. Circumstances, what's the issue there, and what the attitude of Russia. They are business. Then guys, just use the before and after. Before and after, just use the understand. My assessments of such guys, they is the bad. Yeah, and that's what we don't use. They do that nowadays, you know. Bad things. So out of, even during the war, there are rules. Everybody knows there are rules during the war. So these guys, they don't have any rules. You see that 50, 60 kilograms left, and a lot of such things. And I didn't want to show you what the changes with images of children, because I will just share with you. And I mean, it's looking tragic.
Yeah, that's tough stuff.
Yeah, I wanted very much to give you, and you see.
Yeah.
This is pastor, by the way. They stolen pastors because it's not Russian church. They stolen pastors and moved pastors to the prison. We, at the end of last year, we brought 3 pastors, and we could exchange them. And this is pastor, you see.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, so I mean, this I wanted to show you, and this. So thank you very much.
We want to get that ended, right?
Yeah, of course. We will.
And I think we will. And
we have to, of course.
Do you have any questions, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. With the, how much money is the U.S. going to put into the fund that is being created today, and how does this provide long-term security for Ukraine?
Well, we don't know exactly how much, because we're going to be putting some money in a fund that we're going to get from the raw earth that we're going to be taking and sharing in terms of revenue. So it's going to be a lot of money will be made from the sale and from the use of raw earth. And as you know, our country doesn't have much raw earth. We have a lot of oil and gas, but we don't have a lot of the raw earth. And what we do have is protected by the environmentalists, but that can be unprotected, but still it's not very much. They have among the best in the world in terms of raw earth. So we're going to be using that, using it for all of the things we do, including AI and including weapons and the military, and it's really going to very much satisfy our needs. So it's something that just worked out really well. We have a lot of oil and we have a lot of gas, we have a lot, but we don't have raw earth. So this has just about every component of the raw earth that we need for computers, for all of the things we do. This puts us in great shape.
And on long-term security for Ukraine, how is this provided?
I think they're going to have great long. I think once we make the agreement, that's going to be 95% of it. They're not going to go back to fighting. I've spoken with President Putin, and I feel very strong. I've known him for a long time, and I feel very strongly that they're very serious about it, and we'll make a deal. And when the deal is made, I don't think we talk about security. Everyone's talking about the other day. All they talked about was security. I said, let me make the deal first. I have to make the deal first. I don't worry about security right now. We have to have a deal, because right now, last week, 2,000 soldiers died on both sides. 2,000, and they're losing 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 a week. So as we sit here and we talk, people are getting shot and dying on the battlefield. And you know, they're not American soldiers, but they're Russian soldiers and they're Ukrainian soldiers, and we want to be able to stop it. And we want to be able also to spend money on other things. We don't want to. This is a tremendous amount of money, and what the Biden administration did was terrible. They were giving money, but they had no security on the money. Europe, as you know, gave much less money, but they had security. It was in the form of a loan. They get their money back, and we didn't. And now, at least we're protected, because the American taxpayer has to be protected too. But this is an incredible agreement for Ukraine, because we have a big investment in their country now, and what they have, very few people have. And we're able to really go forward with very, very high-tech things and many other things, including weaponry that we're going to use in many locations, but that we need for our country.
Mr. President,
this allows us to do this.
Will you continue? Sorry.
Yes, go ahead, please.
If I can just yes. in the document there is one of the very important points if we speak about business and investment. We never had LNG terminals in Ukraine. This document will open. I mean the next document, but anyway, here we see in the framework we see a really goodwill for this. LNG terminals for us is very important, and I think for security of European continent. We have the biggest storage, gas storage. We have the biggest in Europe. Yes, and we can use it. Use it for LNG. Use it for LNG, and we will do it. And really, we can help Europe because Europe really helped. President Trump said that they made less support, but they are our friends and they are our very supportive partners. They really gave a lot, Mr. President. Yeah, really, they did.
They gave a lot, but they gave much less.
No.
Much less.
No. No. Okay.
Mr. President Trump, you have repeatedly called the deal with Ukraine as a historical one. And as a President of the United States, you make historical decisions in other issues which affect America and other world. So what place in the world history do you want to take? And do you associate yourself with any famous historical figures?
Yeah, I'd say George Washington, Abraham Lincoln. I would say I'm far superior to George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. Now, you know I'm only kidding, right? Because when I say that, the fake news is going to go wild. They're going to say he considers himself to be better than Washington. But you never know. You never know. I don't compare myself to anybody. I'm here to do a job. We've had a great 35 days or whatever it might be, a month, a little more than a month. We've accomplished tremendous amounts. Not only this would be a very great achievement if we could get the war stopped and get them back to normalization. I think that's going to happen. We've had very good talks on both sides, as you know, but I think we've done a very good job, just generally. If you look at all of the things we've done in 30 days, they're saying there's never been a opening for a president. The first month, there's never been a first month like we've had. And this is one of the very important things. This, to me, is one of the most important things because we have tremendous death taking place as we speak, and I don't want to have that. You know, think of the parents, whether they're in Russia or Ukraine, think of the parents of all these people being killed needlessly.
They came to our territory.
Should have never started. This would have, if I were president, this would have never started.
Mr. President, will you continue sending military aid to Ukraine after the U.S. signs this agreement with Ukraine?
Yeah, we're going to be continuing.
To President Zelenskyy, do you feel like the U.S. is on your side, that President Trump is on your side at this moment?
What do you think?
He wants to know, do you think that, sort of a stupid question. I guess we wouldn't be here if I wasn't.
I think that the United States on our side from the very beginning of occupation, and I think that President Trump on our side, and of course, I'm sure that the United States President will not stop support. This is crucial for us. It's important for us. Yes. And Putin, the president speaks about the people and the soldiers which are dying, but they came to our territory, they came to our land. They began this war, and they have to stop. And I think this is the question, with really the most important question. Can President Trump, I hope yes, with some other allies, to stop Putin, withdraw these enemies, our enemy, withdraw these troops from our land? And I think that you asked about the history, I think that if President or when he will stop Putin, if President Trump will bring peace to our country, I think he will be on this wall.
We've had very, very good talks.
President Zelenskyy just said that there will be no compromises with Vladimir Putin. I just wanted to ask both of you. Firstly, are there compromises that you think that President Zelenskyy is going to have to make? And President Zelenskyy, is there anything that you might be thinking that you may be able to offer or bring to the table, for example, elections? Thank you.
I think you're going to have to always make compromises. You can't do any deals without compromises. So certainly he's going to have to make some compromises, but hopefully they won't be as big as some people think you're going to have to make. That's all. That's all we can do. I'm here as an arbitrator, as a mediator to a certain extent between two parties that have been very hostile. To put it mildly, they've been very hostile. There's been a vicious war. There's been a vicious war. You know, it's a very level battlefield, and those bullets go out, and as I've said many times, we were talking about it with Pete, many times the only thing stopping those bullets is a human body. And in the case we're talking about, generally young human bodies are stopping a lot of bullets. It's dead level. That's why it's great farmland. It's great land. It's great farmland, but there's very little protection against the bullets that are being, and other things that are being shot. So all I can do is see if I can get everybody at the table and get an agreement. And I think we're going to end up with an agreement. Otherwise, I wouldn't probably be even here today.
Mr. President, I've got two questions for you. You think ultimately your legacy will be the peacemaker and not the president that led this country into another war and ended foreign wars? And I've got a question.
I hope it will. I mean, I hope I'm going to be remembered as a peacemaker. This would be a great thing if we could do this. I'm doing this to save lives more than anything else. Second is to save a lot of money, but I consider that to be far less important. So I hope I'm going to thank you, Brian, for that question. It was a nice question. I hope I'll be known and recognized as a peacemaker. This would be a great thing to solve. This is a very dangerous situation. You know, this could lead to a third world war. This was headed in the wrong direction. If this election were lost, if we didn't win this election, and we won it by a lot, that was a mandate. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. We won everything. The districts, you look at the areas of red, take a look at a map. This was a big mandate, and this was one of the things I said, we're going to get this thing settled. If we didn't win, I think this could have very well ended up in a third world war, and that would not have been a good situation. What was your second question?
And my second question for President Zelenskyy. Why don't you wear a suit? You're at the highest, why don't you wear a suit? You're at the highest level in this country's office, and you refuse to wear a suit. Just want to see people. Do you own a suit?
Yeah, problems.
A lot of Americans have problems with you not respecting the dignity of this office.
I will wear a costume after this war will finish.
Okay.
Yes, maybe something like yours. Yes. Maybe something better. I don't know. Yeah. We will see. Maybe something cheaper than. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Trump. You said yesterday that you have.
Are you going to send more arms to Ukraine in case there's no peace?
Yeah, we're going to have arms to Ukraine. Yeah, sure. Hopefully, I won't have to send very much because hopefully we're going to have it finished. We're looking forward to finishing this quickly. We're not looking forward to sending a lot of arms. We're looking forward to getting the war finished so we can do other things. But we very much appreciate the agreement because we needed what they had, and we're treating, our country is now treated fairly. Biden didn't do that. He didn't know what the hell he was doing. This should have never happened. This should have never started. But, sure, the answer is yes, but hopefully we won't have to send much because I'm looking forward to getting it done quickly, very quickly.
Does that mean provide security guarantees, Mr. President?
I don't want to talk about security yet because I want to get the deal done. You fall into the same trap like everybody else. A million times you say it over and over. I want to get the deal done. Security is so easy. That's about 2% of the problem. I'm not worried about security. I'm worried about getting the deal done. The security is the easy part. Security is very nice. Everybody stops shooting. And now will Europe put people there? I know France is going to. I know the UK is going to. I know other countries are going to, and they happen to be right next door. We haven't committed, but we could conceivably. We have security in a different form. We'll have workers there digging, taking the raw earth so that we can create a lot of great product in this country. So in that sense, you have something, but we haven't determined that yet. I will say, in speaking to France and in speaking to, and they were here, as you know, last week and just the other day, they have committed to a lot of security. I don't think you're going to need much security. I think once this deal gets done, it's over. Russia's not going to want to go back, and nobody's going to want to go back. When this deal ends, I really believe this deal is going to be over. Please go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. President, thank you. You had Mr. Macron and Keir Starmer at the White House this past week, both of whom praised your courage and conviction to lead the pathway towards peace.
Yes.
Part of that involved, though, re-engaging Russia in diplomatic relations, something that previous leaders lacked the conviction to do so. What gave you the moral courage and conviction to step forward and lead that?
Well, I love this guy. Who are you with?
One American News, sir.
Well, that's why I like him. One American News does a great job. I like the question. I think it's a very good question. It's a pathway to peace. It's a pathway to getting something solved. And I feel that as the head of this country, I have an obligation to do that. Plus, we're very much involved. We got involved. It's too bad we got involved because there should have been no involvement, because there should have been no war. And there shouldn't have been October 7th. That would have never happened. As you know, Iran was broke. They had no money to give to Hezbollah. They had no money to give to Hamas. They were stone cold broke. And then under Biden, they became rich as hell. They went from no money to $300 billion in a period of 4 years. And they gave a lot of that money away, and you see what happened. And that's a real mess also that we hope to be able to solve. But no, I appreciate your question very much. It's just, I feel I have an obligation to try and do something to stop the death.
If I can answer. Yes, if I can answer. Sorry. Please.
And I do like your clothing, by the way.
Yeah, really?
Even though I think he's a great guy, by the way. But I don't know if you two like each other. But you know what? I think he's dressed.
I like this guy.
I think he's dressed beautiful.
So I have more serious things than answer on such questions. I will answer on more serious questions if I can. Yeah. So please, about security guarantees and about just ceasefire. We can't just speak about ceasefire and speak. It will not work. Just ceasefire will never work, because I'm like a president. I have this experience, and not only me. Ukraine before my presidency, from the 2014, Putin broken 25 times. 25 times he broken his own signature. 25 times he broken ceasefire.
But he never broke to me. He never broke to me.
No, you were the president. You were the president during.
He never broke to me.
In 2016, you've been the president, Mr. President. You've been the president, but he had, of course, not with you, but he had during those periods. He had conversations with our side, and we had Normandy format. The France, Germany, Ukraine, and Russia, and he broken 25 times. That's why we will never accept just ceasefire. It will not work without security guarantees. Security guarantees, maybe President is right about this document and other, but this document is not enough. Strong army is enough, because his soldiers afraid, Putin's soldiers afraid of our soldiers when we're strong enough. If we are not strong enough, if we are empty, if our storage is empty, we can't defend our land. Today, he knows that we have, all the world knows that we have meeting, yes? Why he's using ballistic? Putin today using ballistic on our hospitals, schools, and etc. Ballistic. So he knows that we are here, and that President Trump is really have goodwill to stop this war. And you hear now the president. So why he's using? So he doesn't want to stop. He doesn't want. But I hope that we will do it. Really, we'll do it. Security, when we speak about security guarantees, when the Europeans are ready for contingents, they need USA backstop. If there will not be United States, we will not never have any contingents, strong contingents from the Europeans, because they don't want to divide alliance, connection between the United States and the main and strongest ally and Europeans. And this is crucial, this is important. That's what we want to speak about very much. This is very important. And air defense. So air defense, really, we have big deficit with all these systems, and we need to provide this. We need it very much. Otherwise, Putin will never stop and will go further and further. He doesn't want. He hates us. You know, it's not about me. He hates Ukrainians. He thinks that we are not a nation. He thinks, and he shared these thoughts. I think maybe with your team also. I don't know, but with all the Europeans, in media, officially and not, he always said that there is no such country, such nation, such language, and such life like Ukrainian. No, he really doesn't respect all the Ukrainians, and he wants to destroy us. And you are right, Mr. President. That's 2%. This document, maybe other documents, it's a very good start, very good, but it will not enough to stop this person.
Should Russia pay to rebuild Ukraine?
Mr. President, under these
Should Russia pay to rebuild Ukraine?
They have to pay.
This question
This is the rule. This is the rule of the war. This is the rule of the war. During all the centuries, all the history, this is the rule of the war. Who began, those pay. This is the rule. Putin began this war. He has to pay all money for innovation. He has to pay. Of course, some Russian assets, what we have in Europe, about 300 billion, we can use them. We can use for innovation and buy military support from the United States also. We can do it, but it's not enough. It's not enough.
Under these circumstances, do you envision a trilateral summit with Putin and President Zelenskyy?
Wait 1 second.
I asked this question that you didn't like because I wanted to know if you want to position yourself in the middle between Russia and Ukraine or on the Ukraine side.
No, I'm in the middle. I want to solve this thing. I'm for both. I want to get it solved. And it's wonderful to speak badly about somebody else, but I want to get it solved. If we can solve it, great. If we can't solve it, they're going to have to fight it out, and who knows what's going to happen. But I want to see it get solved.
May I follow up? One more question about U.S. troops in Europe. After Russian invasion of Ukraine, your predecessor sent additional troops to Eastern Europe, including Poland, my country.
Yeah.
Are you committed to keeping these troops on the eastern flank of NATO in the future?
I'm very committed to Poland. I think Poland has really stepped up and done a great job for NATO. As you know, they paid more than they had to. They are one of the finest groups of people I've ever known. I'm very committed to Poland.
What about Baltics?
Poland's in a tough neighborhood, you know.
What about the Baltics?
The Baltics, they got a lot of, it's a tough neighborhood too. But we're committed. We're going to be very committed, and we're committed to NATO. But NATO has to step up, and the Europeans have to step up more than they have. And I want to see them equalize, because they are in for far less than we're in. And they should be at least equal. You understand that? Why is the United States, we have an ocean in between. Why is the United States in for so much more money and other things as Europe? With that being said, and as you said, they've also been obviously very helpful. But we have put in far more than they have. And I think they should equalize.
Mr. President,
please, go ahead.
Ask you about the agreement again today. What changed between the first time that Secretary Bessent gave President Zelenskyy the agreement and today for the signing?
We made a deal. So
what was the
deciding factor? I'm a business person. We made a deal. That's what changed. I didn't think we were going to make a deal, and we ended up making the deal, so that changed.
Mr. President, why and how do you envision a trilateral summit with President Zelenskyy and Putin?
I don't know, but they don't like each other. I can tell you that. Okay? They do not like each other. This is not a love match, and it's unfortunate. That's why you're in this situation. The United States should not have allowed this to happen. Okay? The United States, run by a man that didn't know much. I'm going to be very nice. Run by an incompetent person, very incompetent person, should never have allowed this to happen. I've stopped wars. I've stopped many wars. My people will tell you, I stopped wars that nobody ever heard about. I stopped wars before they ever started. You can look at some of, I could give you a lot of nations that would tell you right now they were probably going to war. I could tell you right now there's a nation thinking about going to war on something that nobody in this room has ever even heard about. Two smaller nations, but big, still big. And I think I've stopped it. But this should have never happened.
Sorry, just a second. any negotiations. First of all, I want really to tell you, and I think that everybody understands that Ukraine, more than Ukrainians, nobody wants to stop this war. But at the future, any negotiations, it's understandable that two sides of the war, not Russia and the United States, because this is not the war between Russia and the United States. This is war of Russia against Ukraine and Ukrainian people. So these two sides will be at the will be at the negotiation table. Then of course United States, like the strongest partner of the Ukraine, and of course Europe. I think Europe is very important. I want to speak about it with the president. Yes, Europe is very important for us because we really defend Europe for today. All Europeans really recognize that we are defending line and they have real life and our people are dying. That's why they helped us. And also it's about the NATO. Yes, between, like the president said, you have big, nice ocean. Yes, between us. But if we will not stay, Russia will go further to Baltics and to Poland, by the way, but first to the Baltics. It's understandable for them because they've been in the USSR, you know, they've been one of the republics of the USSR, and Putin wants to bring them back to his empire. It's a fact. And when he will go there, if we will not stay, you will fight. Your American soldiers, it doesn't matter, do you have ocean or not, your soldiers will fight.
Mr. President, would you be willing to visit Ukraine, maybe Kyiv or Odessa, which is going to be a third year of the Black Sea?
It was my question.
I'm sorry.
I don't want to talk about Odessa now. Let's not talk about Odessa. I want to talk about making a deal, getting peace. We don't have to talk about Odessa, but a lot of cities have been destroyed. There are a lot of cities that are not recognizable. There's not a building standing.
No.
And a lot of things have to happen.
You have to come and to look. No. We have very good cities. Yes, a lot of things have been destroyed, but mostly cities alive and people work and children go to school. Sometimes it's very difficult. Sometimes closer to front line, children have to go to underground schools or online, but we live. Ukraine is fighting and Ukraine lives. This is very important. And maybe it's Putin is sharing this information that he destroyed us. No, he lost 700,000 people, 700,000 soldiers. He lost everything. Yes. So.
Mr. President, one more.
Please go ahead.
When did you last speak with President Putin, and what did he say that?
A couple of days ago.
And what did he tell you that gave you the assurance that he wanted peace?
Well, that's what I do. My whole life is deals. I know pretty good. And I've known him for a long time. I've dealt with him for a long time. He had to suffer through the Russia hoax. You know, Russia was a hoax. It was all Biden. It was nothing to do with him. So he had to suffer through that, and he was able to do that. I think that he wants to make a deal, and he'd like to see it end. That's all I do. That's what I do. My whole life, that's what I do is make deals. And I'm in the middle of a mess because this is a real mess. It's a very dangerous one. If this doesn't get solved now, it's not going to get solved for a long time. So I hope we're going to get it solved. In the back, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Prime Minister Starmer claims repeatedly that his government believes in free speech and was not engaged in censorship. But his country's government arrests people for memes and thought crimes, and even more worrisome is pressuring American companies to censor Americans on its behalf. How can he be a reliable, trustworthy partner when he says things that are demonstrably false on such an important topic?
Well, we actually spoke to him about that yesterday, and we thought they took it very, very much too far. JD was very strong on it. So was I. So was Marco. And we've been speaking to him about it. Marco, would you like to say something about that?
Yeah, we have concerns, obviously, with the conduct of those, particularly as it impacts Americans. And there's real concern that American speech, which is online, could fall into the hands of British or any country's jurisdiction. And so this is a point the Vice President made of Munich, and I think it's a very compelling one, that what unites us with Europe, as much as anything else, is these shared values, and one of them being free speech. And so if Americans are threatened by it, we're going to need to take action in that regard.
Mr. President.
It's actually a very important question.
We spoke about this in detail with the Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary, and others at lunch yesterday, and I know that Secretary of Commerce Lutnick followed up in private meetings last night. This is really important. We believe Americans have the right to speak their mind, even if we in this room disagree with them. They have the right to speak their mind in the public square, which is often online these days, and we're going to defend that right as it pertains to American companies and American citizens vigorously if we have to. I do think that under the President's leadership, we're going to find common ground with our friends in the UK on this question, but it remains to be seen. The principle that will guide us is we believe in free speech in this country, and we'll fight for it for American citizens.
Mr. President, on the deal, is there any other oil and gas component to the deal? Is it all critical?
A little bit. We'll see.
On LNG?
But we're not really looking for that so much. We got a lot. We have more than anybody in the world, by far. So no, we're not talking about it too much, but a little bit. I think it affects also, but for the most part, no.
And sir, is there any agreement from Ukraine to purchase U.S. LNG as part of the deal, or is that on the table at all?
No, we don't need that.
Mr. President, I just wanted to ask you about you just mentioned that you guys spoken to Vladimir Putin a couple of days ago. Just to be clear, that's a new call, not the one that you...
I've spoken to him on numerous occasions.
Okay. And how was the latest call? What did you discuss? How did it go?
Are you serious with that question?
I am. I'd love to know.
It went well. I think we're going to have a deal.
On the minerals deal, Mr. President, some of those minerals are in the east of Ukraine, not far from the front lines and in areas that Russia has occupied. Will you direct President Putin to withdraw his forces from those areas if there's U.S. interest?
Well, we'll take a look at the time. We have a lot of area. It's a very big area we're talking about, so we'll take a look. I'll study that and I'll see.
And who would protect those minerals if they are U.S. interests? Would that be Ukrainian forces?
They'll be protected. The agreement will protect them.
U.S.
The agreement, yeah, we're signing an agreement.
Right, but what if Russia tries to invade or there's Russian aggression in response?
I just told you I don't think that's going to happen. And if that were going to happen, I wouldn't make a deal. If I thought that was going to happen, I wouldn't make a deal.
Some people may wonder why.
You know, they ought to focus on CNN on survival. Not asking me these ridiculous questions. Focus on surviving, because CNN's got such low ratings. I don't think they're going to survive. Let's go. Please go.
Since I already mentioned Poland. Poland was under Russian control for decades after the Second World War. When I was a kid, I looked at the United States not only as a most powerful country, richest country in the world, the country that has great music, great movies, great muscle cars, but also as a force for good. And now I'm talking with my friends in Poland, and they are worried that you align yourself too much with Putin. What's your message for them?
Well, if I didn't align myself with both of them, you'd never have a deal. You want me to say really terrible things about Putin and then say, "Hi, Vladimir, how are we doing on the deal?" That doesn't work that way. I'm not aligned with Putin. I'm not aligned with anybody. I'm aligned with the United States of America. And for the good of the world, I'm aligned with the world. And I want to get this thing over with. You see the hatred he's got for Putin. It's very tough for me to make a deal with that kind of hate. He's got tremendous hatred. And I understand that, but I can tell you the other side isn't exactly in love with, him either. So it's not a question of alignment. I'm aligned with the world. I want to get the thing set. I'm aligned with Europe. I want to see if we can get this thing done. You want me to be tough? I could be tougher than any human being you've ever seen. I'd be so tough. But you're never going to get a deal that way. So that's the way it goes. All right, one more question.
I would respond to this. So look, for 4 years in the United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words mattered more than the President of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So he occupied our parts, big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact
2015.
2014.
2014 and 2015.
2014.
Yeah. So
I was not here.
Yeah, but
that's exactly right.
Yes, but during 2014 till 2022, yeah, the situation the same. The people have been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversations, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him, me, like a new president. In 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel, we signed ceasefire. Ceasefire, all of them told me that he will never go. We signed him with gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken this ceasefire. He killed our people and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the President for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Come once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military?
We have problems.
And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless. God bless. You will not have
war. Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that.
That's exactly what you're doing.
You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
Feel influence.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. But right now, you don't. You're playing cards. You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country, that's backed you far more than a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you once? This entire meeting? No, in this entire meeting, have you said thank you? You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war,
He's not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country is in big trouble.
Can I
Wait a minute. No. You've done a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not winning. You're not winning this. You have a damn good chance of coming out okay because of us.
Mr. President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone. And we are thankful. I said thanks
you haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet.
You haven't been alone. We gave you, through this stupid president, $350 billion. We gave you military equipment, and your men are brave, but they had to use our military. If you didn't have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3 days. I heard it from Putin. In 3 days. This is something
maybe
new.
Less.
In 2 weeks. Of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this.
Again, to say thank you.
I said a lot of times to American people.
Except that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on.
I understand, sir.
I think it's
I
very
understand.
important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You don't have the cards. You're buried there. Your people are dying. You're running low on soldiers. Listen, you're running low on soldiers. It would be a damn good thing. And then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go and I want this. Look, if you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're saying you don't want a ceasefire.
But I said to you,
I want a ceasefire.
with guarantees.
Because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't with me.
For you what
that wasn't with me. That was with
a
guy named Biden, who was not a smart person. That was with Obama.
It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful, because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
One more question to Mr. Vice President. I'm sorry.
It's going to be a tough deal to make because the attitudes have to change.
What if Russia breaks ceasefire? What if Russia breaks peace talks? What do you do then? I understand that it's a heated conversation right now.
What are you saying?
She's asking, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it? I don't know. They broke it with Biden because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me. Let me tell you, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt where they used him and Russia. Russia. You ever hear of that deal? That was a phony Hunter Biden, Joe Biden scam. Hillary Clinton, Shifty Adam Schiff. It was a Democrat scam. And he had to go through that. And he did go through it. We didn't end up in a war. And he went through it. He was accused of all that stuff. He had nothing to do with it. It came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom. It came out of Hunter Biden's bedroom. It was disgusting. And then they said, oh, the laptop from hell was made by Russia. The 51 agents. The whole thing was a scam. And he had to put up with that. He was being accused of all that stuff. All I can say is this. He might have broken deals with Obama and Bush, and he might have broken them with Biden. He did, maybe. Maybe he didn't. I don't know what happened. But he didn't break them with me. He wants to make a deal. I don't know if you can make a deal. The problem is, I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing. All right, I think we've seen enough. What do you think? Huh? This is going to be great television, I will say that. All right. We'll see what we can do about putting it together. Thanks. I need the back of this. We'll see. I don't know. Guys, come on. Let's do it.
Let's watch.
Doing on the deal. That doesn't work that way. I'm not aligned with Putin. I'm not aligned with anybody. I'm aligned with the United States of America and for the good of the world. I'm aligned with the world. And I want to get this thing over with. You see the hatred he's got for Putin. It's very tough for me to make a deal with that kind of hate. He's got tremendous hatred. And I understand that, but I can tell you the other side isn't exactly in love with, him either. So it's not a question of alignment. I'm aligned with the world. I want to get the thing set. I'm aligned with Europe. I want to see if we can get this thing done. You want me to be tough? I could be tougher than any human being you've ever seen. I'd be so tough. but you're never going to get a deal that way. So that's the way it goes. All right, one more question.
I want to respond to this. So look, for 4 years in the United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words mattered more than the President of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So he occupied our parts, big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now the President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact
2015.
2014
2014.
and 2014.
2014.
Yeah. So
I was not here.
Yeah, but
that's exactly right.
Yes, but during 2014 till 2022, yeah, the situation the same. The people have been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversation, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him, me, like a new president. In 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel, we signed ceasefire. Ceasefire, all of them told me that he will never go. We signed him with gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken this ceasefire. He killed our people and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
And come once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems, even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless. God bless. You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that.
That's exactly what you're doing.
You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
You will feel influenced.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influenced.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. Right now, you don't. You're playing cards. You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country, that's back to you, far more than a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you once? This entire meeting? No, in this entire meeting, have you said thank you?
Today.
You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war, you can...
He's not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country's in big trouble.
Can I
Wait a minute. No. You've done a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not winning. You're not winning this.
you have a damn good chance of coming out okay because of us.
Mr. President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
you haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet.
You haven't been alone.
In this cabinet.
We gave you, through
I
this
said
stupid president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military
president.
equipment,
You
and you
voted
men
for
are
your
brave,
president.
but they had to use our military.
So what about
If you didn't have
You
our
invited
military
me.
equipment,
You invited
if
me
you
to
didn't
speak.
have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3 days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days, this is something
Maybe
new.
less.
In 2 weeks, of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this. I
Again,
tell you.
just say thank you.
I said a lot of times thank you to American people.
Accept that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on.
I understand, sir.
I think it's
I
very
understand.
important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You don't have the
I'm
cards.
thankful.
You're buried there. Your people are dying.
tell you
You're
again,
running
I
low
know.
on soldiers.
Don't-
Listen,
don't please,
you're running
Mr.
low on
President.
soldiers. It would be a damn good thing.
Mr.
And
President.
then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go and I want this. Look, if you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're
I
saying
said-
you don't want a
But
ceasefire.
I said to you,
I want a ceasefire.
with guarantees.
Because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't
It doesn't
with
matter
me.
for you what
That wasn't
this
with me.
means. It
That was
wasn't
with
with you.
a guy named Biden, who was not a smart person.
This
That
is
was
your-
with,
this
that was
is
with
your
Obama.
president. It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful, because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
One more question to Mr. Vice President. I'm sorry.
It's going to be a tough deal to make,
Um,
because the attitudes have to change.
What if Russia breaks ceasefire? What if Russia breaks peace talks? What do you do then? I understand that it's a heated conversation right now.
What are you saying?
She's asking, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
Well, what if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it? I don't know. They broke it with Biden because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me. Let me tell you, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt where they used him and Russia. Russia. You ever hear of that deal? That was a phony Hunter Biden, Joe Biden scam. Hillary Clinton, Shifty Adam Schiff. It was a Democrat scam. And he had to go through that. And he did go through it. We didn't end up in a war. And he went through it. He was accused of all that stuff. He had nothing to do with it. It came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom. It came out of Hunter Biden's bedroom. It was disgusting. And then they said, the laptop from hell was made by Russia. The 51 agents. The whole thing was a scam. And he had to put up with that. He was being accused of all that stuff. All I can say is this. He might have broken deals with Obama and Bush, and he might have broken them with Biden. He did, maybe. Maybe he didn't. I don't know what happened. But he didn't break them with me. He wants to make a deal. I don't know if you can make a deal. The problem is, I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing. All right, I think we've seen enough. What do you think?
What's this negotiation?
This is going to be great television, I will say that. All right. We'll see what we can do about putting it together. Thanks, sir.
Can I need the back of this?
We'll see. I don't know.
Guys, come on, let's move.
If we could break down this.
witnessing there a playback conversation, the meeting with President Donald Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy. Very tense moments there inside of the Oval Office, going back and forth there. The Ukrainian president, the U.S. president, and also Vice President J.D. Vance. We are expecting later on today to have a joint news conference between both of those world leaders. Live Now look there in Washington, D.C. We'll see you back here after this break.
We begin with the fight for democracy in Washington, D.C., where protesters flooded the streets to rally against President Trump's federal police takeover. In a major escalation, Republican governors of 3 states, West Virginia, Ohio, and South Carolina, are set to deploy hundreds of National Guard troops to Washington. And in a reversal of their previous stance, defense officials
You look at those leaders that are going to be coming today, and let's put that panel back up again. Again, what a contrast to the first term, where Donald Trump was at odds constantly with whatever prime minister was in charge of UK for the week that he met them. Or Angela Merkel, you can go down the list. He had bad relations with all of them. But I think they're quite proud of their great relationship with the UK right now, especially Keir Starmer. The president does have better relations with Macron than he had the first time. Of course, Giorgia Meloni, great relations there. And surprisingly, Chancellor of Germany, Merz, they also have a very good working relationship.
Yeah, big difference between Angela Merkel and Friedrich Merz, and a big difference between Theresa May, who was there for a while with that famous handhold outside the White House, and Keir Starmer. The question, I think, for all of those Europeans is, what can they actually get? What can they get in concrete terms that ensures the long-term independence of Ukraine? Because what I'm being told is this is less about territory than it is about the future independence of the Ukrainian country. So let's bring in NBC's News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons live for us from London. Keir, what does this impressive gathering of European unity and show of force think that it can actually deliver for Ukraine today?
Well, I think the first ambition is to prevent another disaster in the Oval Office with President Zelenskyy. I think what you do by all flying in like that and kind of standing shoulder to shoulder, you make it much more difficult. First, really, for President Zelenskyy to get himself embroiled in that kind of a catastrophe, and also you do make it harder, don't you, for President Trump, Vice President Vance to launch an attack like that. I mean, nothing's impossible, and this is an extraordinary day, as you guys have said. So it is possible, I guess, for there to be a spectacular falling out. That would be frightening, frankly, given the list of European leaders that are going to be ranged there in the White House. And then I think the next part of it is to, as you guys have suggested, to try to shift the Trump administration a little bit back towards the European stance, because it's clear through the weekend, isn't it? And frankly, what happened on Friday is still murky, but it is, I think we can certainly say that President Putin successfully shifted President Trump away from a red line, which was that there needed to be a ceasefire, to the idea that there could be peace negotiations while the war rages on. And even this morning, there have been more deaths in Ukraine as a result of Russian bombardment. So I think that's the next piece of it. How successful the Europeans will be in that part is a different question. And there's another thing here too, I think, which is let's just put aside the question of the ceasefire. If there is going to be a security guarantee for Ukraine, Europe is going to need to be part of it. So you're going to need to have all of those leaders there making a promise. Of course, you have to assume the US would need to be part of it. And there are, from what we do know about what's being suggested, there are very, very difficult aspects that are going to have to be swallowed by Europe, by Americans who've supported Ukraine, by Ukraine, if that is what comes to pass.
Yeah, and we shall see what happens. And of course, today is not the end. It's probably just the beginning. And if for some reason there is a deal that everybody comes up with that Putin does not support, then of course you will have Republicans in the United States Senate then pushing the president hard to go ahead and move forward with sanctions. I always love going to Keir because Keir gives us great reports, but he'll also kind of say, well, nothing is impossible.
Kevin Garnett said that once, I believe.
Nothing is impossible?
Anything is possible.
Anything is possible. And Keir just said nothing is impossible. It's just like when he was on before giving a report talking about friends without benefits. Well, today, Mike. Oh, yeah. Today, Mike, it seems Mr. Zelenskyy has friends with benefits. You've got Europe standing shoulder to shoulder going in there and basically saying to the president, who they've already promised 5% GDP for military spending, which is quite a change. You actually have an emboldened Europe going into the White House today, talking about how they can help make this happen.
You know, they're going into the White House today in a truly historic gathering. When you figure out that normal travel accommodations for a head of state, any state, to move requires weeks in the planning.
Right.
This is coming off within 48 hours.
Yeah, it's incredible.
And during those 48 hours, Putin and the Russian army have continued to kill Ukrainians, continued to drop munitions on cities in Ukraine. So the concept here is what's going to happen today at the White House. But my question to you is, from you speaking with people in Europe, people in European governments, is it more a question of what's going to happen or what they're going to try to prevent from happening today in the Oval Office?
It's a great question because, and let me answer it this way. Let's just think about what it means if what we think we might know about the proposals that were talked about over the weekend and put on the table on Friday do come to pass. So if it is the case that Ukraine is expected to withdraw from all of Donetsk, that's 200,000 Ukrainians leaving if they don't want to be ruled by Russia. That's a major military defenses, Ukrainian military defenses, having to up and shift and reposition. There is still a question about what other parts of eastern Ukraine the Russians might keep. So do they, in this proposal that we think we may know something about from Putin, if the Russians keep Donbass, which is Donetsk and Luhansk, what happens to the other parts of eastern Ukraine? Do the Russians withdraw, or do they just stay there along the contact line? It's not clear to me which of those two. And one of the challenges here is that we aren't being told what the proposal is. We're just hearing whispers from the Europeans who have been told. And we saw Secretary of State Rubio yesterday saying, well, we don't want to put that on the table because these are negotiations. These are fragile negotiations. But just in terms of what Ukraine would need to accept, what the West would need to accept, those security guarantees, it wasn't really clear from the interviews that Steve Witkoff, President Trump's envoy, and Marco Rubio gave over the weekend, whether what part of this is that there would be a NATO-style Article 5 security guarantee for the Ukrainians outside of NATO, but a guarantee which, as you know, means that the West would say, if any more of Ukraine is attacked, that's an attack on us too. Is the Trump administration going to sign up to that? Is Trump's MAGA base going to agree to that? Is Vice President Vance going to agree to something like that, because just remember, an Article 5 style agreement for the Ukraine means US boots on the ground at some stage if Putin comes back and attacks again. I will say one other thing, though, which I think is just worth flagging. I guess it's a counterpoint, is that a delay, if there was another attack by Russia some years down the line, you have to assume, a delay does give the Europeans time to build their ability to support Ukraine, to build European defences. And it's clear that the Europe is really signed up to that now. So there is, I think that's something of a counterpoint. Just the context of all of this, and you guys know this so well, Putin took Crimea in 2014, didn't start this latest war for 8 years. So Putin is thinking about this in a wide aperture. It's years and years. We have to assume that he will have in his tactical mind partly that if he can take by diplomacy Donbass, he can reorganize and then see whether or not there's another opportunity later.
Well, as you say, with European countries now talking about spending 5% of their GDP on military spending after 20 years of aggression from Vladimir Putin, this at last seems to be the wake-up call that they've needed. NBC's Keir Simmons, thank you so much. And Keir brings up a great point, Caddy, and that is we can't just look at what's happened in Ukraine over the past 3 years. We have to go back to 2005, 2006, 2007, when Vladimir Putin started announcing what he fully intended to do. And his goal and what he would be giving up is what his I think, lifelong project has been. Not to reconstitute the old Soviet Union, but to reconstitute the old Russian Empire. And this would be the end of that. If there were security guarantees from the United States and Russia, then again, drawing the straight line from the invasion of Georgia in 2008, the invasion of Crimea in 2014, the invasion of Ukraine in 2014, then again, the next invasion of Ukraine, that would effectively, if those security guarantees are strong enough, that would effectively end that lifelong project for Putin. We shall see, though.
Yeah, which is why there's a certain amount of skepticism about whether Vladimir Putin really is prepared to sign up to anything that would end that lifelong project. Why wouldn't he just wait a few more years and come and try again, given this is something that he has wanted for so long? It's why Marco Rubio back in 2022 was so scathing about Vladimir Putin and said you can't trust the guy because he has these longer term ambitions.
European leaders, including Ukraine's President Zelenskyy, headed to the White House today. This follows Friday's Alaska summit between President Trump and Russian President Putin. Joining us right now is Matt Whitaker. He is U.S. Ambassador to NATO. Good morning to you.
And I'm joined now by Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Good morning, Mr. Secretary. Thanks for joining us this morning. President Trump has touted this summit as a huge success, but the president going into that said he wanted a ceasefire. He wanted the killing stop, and there would be consequences. Let's take another listen to what he said just before that summit.
Will Russia face any consequences if Vladimir Putin does not agree to stop the war after your meeting on Friday?
Yes, they will. Yeah.
What will the consequences
there will be consequences.
Sanctions, tariffs?
There will be, I don't have to say, there will be very severe consequences. I won't be happy if I walk away without some form of a ceasefire.
So, Mr. Secretary, the fighting hasn't stopped, the killing hasn't stopped, and there is no ceasefire. What changed President Trump's mind?
Well, I don't think his mind has changed at all. I think ultimately, if this whole effort doesn't work out, then there's going to have to be additional consequences to Russia. But we're trying to avoid that by reaching a peace agreement. And that's not going to be easy. It's going to take a lot of work. I think there were things that were identified in those talks that we just had a couple days ago that made some progress in some directions. Now, obviously, in order for us to get a peace agreement, Ukraine has to be a part of it. They have to be included. They have to be involved. That's why the president called them on the phone immediately after we got on the airplane. Within an hour, he talked to them for long periods of time. That's why President Zelenskyy will be traveling to Washington tomorrow, along with several European leaders as well, to continue to work on this. We made progress in the sense that we identified potential areas of agreement, but there remain some big areas of disagreement. So we're still a long ways off. I mean, we're not at the precipice of a peace agreement. We're not at the edge of one, but I do think progress was made towards one. But again,
but Secretary Rubio, we don't know what any of that progress is, and the president went into that meeting.
You're not going to.
Okay, the president went into that meeting saying he wanted a ceasefire, and there would be consequences if they didn't agree on a ceasefire in that meeting, and they didn't agree to a ceasefire. So where are the consequences?
That's not the aim of this meeting. Look, first of all, you're not going to reach
the president said that was the aim.
Agreement. Yeah, but you're not going to reach a ceasefire or a peace agreement in a meeting in which only one side is represented. That's why it's important to bring both leaders together, and that's the goal here. The president has said what he'd like to see at some point is we make enough progress so both leaders, Zelenskyy and Putin, can meet somewhere and finalize this. The only way to finalize a peace agreement is you have to have both sides agree to it and both sides of it involved. How many times have we heard from the Ukrainians and from others, there is nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine? Well, Ukraine wasn't at the meeting, but this was a very important meeting. Now, ultimately, if there isn't a peace agreement, if there isn't an end to this war, the president's been clear there are going to be consequences, but we're trying to avoid that. And the way we're trying to avoid those consequences is with an even better consequence, which is peace, the end of hostilities. That's the aim. That's the goal here. And the president, he deserves a lot of credit. This is not our, look, when he says this, it's true. The United States is not at war. This is not our war. Ultimately, what daily life in America looks like will not be materially altered one way or another about what happens in Ukraine. We have dedicated time and energy to this because this president has made it a priority of his administration to promote peace and end or prevent wars. He's made that a priority. And I think he deserves a lot of credit for the amount of time and energy that we have invested in something like this. And he's the only one in the world that could do it. Okay, none of these other leaders in Europe could get Putin to a meeting to talk seriously about any of this. So this is going to be difficult. It's been going on for 3.5 years. You have two very entrenched sides, and we're going to have to continue to work and chip away at it. I think we made some real progress. You talked about not knowing what was discussed. These peace deals, these peace agreements and negotiations, they don't work when they're conducted in the media, either through leaks or through lies. And usually they're both the same thing, lying leaks. Okay, they don't work if you do it that way. And they don't work if you go out and say aggressive and abrasive things about one side or the other, because then they just walk away.
Can you name any concessions that Vladimir Putin made during this meeting? Have any
I wouldn't name them on your program.
Have any concessions
I wouldn't name them on your program. Why would I do that?
Where is the pressure?
Of course, because you can't have a peace agreement. No, you can't have a peace agreement unless both sides give and get. You can't have a peace agreement unless both sides make concessions. That's a fact. That's true in virtually any negotiation. If not, it's just called surrender. And neither side is going to surrender. So both sides are going to have to make concessions. So of course concessions were asked. But what utility would there be of me going on a program and tell you we wagged our finger at Putin and told him you must do this and you must do that? It's only going to make it harder and less likely that they're going to agree to these things. So these negotiations, as much as everyone would love it to be a live pay-per-view event, these discussions only work best when they are conducted privately in serious negotiations in which people who have to go back and respond to constituencies, because even totalitarian governments have constituencies they have to respond to, people have to go back and defend these agreements that they make, and so and figure out a way to explain them to people. So we need to create space for concessions to be made. But of course, concessions were asked.
Does the president favor giving up territory that Ukraine now controls, specifically in the Donetsk region? Sources are telling us that's what was asked.
Well, first of all, I mean, Putin has given repeated speeches now for 2.5 years. There's one they always cite, which talks about taking most of Ukraine and his view of history and how so forth and so on. The second thing the president is, so we know what their side is demanding, and we obviously know the Ukrainians are not in agreement with any of that. The second point I would make is the president has said repeatedly, when it comes to territories and territorial claims, that's ultimately something Ukraine will have to decide. It's their territory. It's their country. Ultimately, what they're willing to live with is what they'll have to decide on. Maybe the answer is they're not willing to live with any of this. We don't know, but that's what we need to explore. In the meantime, the one thing we do know that Ukraine has said repeatedly and publicly talked about is security guarantees. They need to be able to enter into security guarantees that ensure that this is never going to happen again, that they're not going to get reinvaded in 2.5 or 3 years or 4 years or whenever it may be. They don't want to be back here again. They want to be able to go on to rebuild their country and live their lives. That's a very reasonable request. That's something we're working on, and that's something the Russian side has to understand, obviously, is that as a sovereign country, Ukraine has a right, like every sovereign country, to enter into security alliances and agreements with other countries. So these are some of the things that we'll be discussing.
Critics of President Trump will say the pomp and circumstance, the red carpet, the warm handshake, that President Trump simply lost that Putin gained there just by being on the world stage and walking down a red carpet with the president. Your reaction to that?
Well, I mean, critics of President Trump are always going to find something to criticize. You don't even pay attention to it anymore. But I will tell you this, Putin is already on the world stage. He's already on the world stage. The guy's conducting a full-scale war in Ukraine. He's already on the world stage. He has the world's largest tactical nuclear arsenal in the world and the second largest strategic nuclear arsenal in the world. He's already on the world stage. When I hear people say that, oh, it elevates him, well, all we do is talk about Putin all the time. All the media's done is talk about Putin all the time for the last 4 or 5 years. That doesn't mean he's right about the war. That doesn't mean he's justified about the war. Put all that aside. It means you're not going to have a peace agreement between Russia and Ukraine. You're not going to end a war between Russia and Ukraine without dealing with Putin. That's just common sense. I shouldn't even have to say it. So people can say whatever they want. Ultimately, at the end of the day, we have to get the Russian side to agree to things that they don't want to agree to if we're going to have peace. If not, there'll just be a war. They'll keep killing each other, and life will go on in America and in the rest of the world, but not for Ukraine. So the president has invested a lot of time in trying to bring an end to this war. He deserves credit for doing that. He gets criticism for doing that. He could have just let this war go on. The president could have just said, this is Biden's war. It started under him. We'll do what we can for Ukraine, but we're going to focus on other things. He could have easily said that. But he's the only leader in the world that can get Putin to a meeting to talk about serious things.
Just a final point here. So at this point, even though he demanded sanctions, no ceasefire, and no deadlines.
Well, but ultimately, first of all, about deadlines, the deadline is as soon as possible. We want this war to end as soon as possible. I mean, that's why we're working on it. In terms of sanctions, look, at the end of the day, if we can't reach a peace agreement here and this war continues and so forth, then I anticipate you'll see the president take further action. He's already made that clear. The problem is this. Let's use our heads here. The problem is this. The minute you levy additional sanctions, strong additional sanctions, the talking stops. Talking stops. And at that point, the war just continues. You've probably just added 6, 8, 9, 12 more months to the war, if not longer. More people dead, more people killed, more people maimed, more families destroyed. Okay, that's what happens if you do that. Now, we may end up being at a point where we have to do that, or there is no other recourse, and that's the end. By the way, there already are sanctions on Russia. President hasn't lifted any sanctions on Russia. They're already facing sanctions, severe sanctions, and they're facing them from the Europeans as well. So we may very well reach a point where everyone concludes no peace is going to happen here. We're going to have to do more sanctions. But when you do that, you are basically walking away from any prospect of a negotiated settlement here, which is what everyone is asking us to do. Everyone, including the Ukrainians and all the countries of Europe, are begging the United States to be engage Putin, and try to get him to agree to a peace agreement. They're all asking us to do that. They all are. And the minute you levy new sanctions, those talks probably stop for the foreseeable future, and that means the war continues for the foreseeable future. I hope that doesn't happen. We may very well wind up there, but we're going to try to do everything to prevent it because we want to reach a peace agreement.
Okay, thanks very much, Secretary Rubio. We hope that happens. Joining me now is the U.S. Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, who was also...
President Trump welcoming Ukrainian President Zelenskyy to Washington today after the historic summit with Vladimir Putin in Alaska Friday. A host of EU leaders also arriving in D.C., all hoping to help the president and Zelenskyy hammer out a peace deal with Russia. But President Trump posting this on Truth Social last night. President Zelenskyy of Ukraine can end the war with Russia almost immediately if he wants to, or he can continue to fight. Remember how it started, getting back Obama given Crimea 12 years ago without a shot being fired, and no going into NATO by Ukraine. Some things never change. I want to bring in Kansas Senator Roger Marshall. Senator, I want to get your reaction to the tone we heard from President Trump in that post last night. It seems that his plan may be to apply some serious pressure on Zelenskyy today to come to an agreement, but that means that Zelensky has to agree to give up land.
Yeah, Cheryl, well, good morning to you and to all your listeners. I want to remind everybody that this is Joe Biden's war, but it's also the European Union's war. So think about this. Every day, Russia sells $600 million of oil and gas. Europe is purchasing 10% of that. Europe purchases 51% of Russia's LNG. Look, we've been babysitting Europe since World War II. We have 100,000 troops. We're spending $50 billion a year there. This is the EU's war. They need to be stepping up and applying pressure, not just on Zelensky, but on Russia by stop buying their fuel. I mean, how many drones would that pay? So, yes, I'm afraid we're at a point that Zelensky has a choice. Does he want to keep fighting? And he's not going to win this war against Russia. Or is he ready to say enough? Let's stop the killing. Let's get the children back. And that's President Trump's goal. And that would be my goal.
Well, but let me follow up on that, because, you know, President Trump has made it clear he wants this to end. He calls it a meat grinder. And that's really what Putin is doing. And Putin is paying an exorbitant amount of money with money that he's getting from, to be clear, oil and nat gas sales to China and to India, but he's using that money to pay new soldiers. He's offering these financial incentives to get more and more soldiers to sign up and fight. It's a war machine. His economy has almost become a war machine, and that's something that Vladimir Putin may not want to see end. So if there's not that wherewithal from Putin, unless he gets the land that he wants, and Zelensky says, I need security guarantees, are you and your colleagues willing to promise and help the Europeans with those security guarantees? That seems what this meeting today really, the crux is the security guarantees to Ukraine. Otherwise, Zelensky's not going to say yes. He's going to walk out with nothing.
Yeah, so I'm going to go back. I want to go back and emphasize, you mentioned that China and India are buying oil and gas from Russia, but so is the European Union. Could you imagine during World War II, America buying cars from Germany? But my point on this, yes, we're willing to have some type of security guarantee, but it cannot be unlimited. Europe has to be first. Europe needs, I just wish Europe was as anxious to put their soldiers on the front line, to provide tanks and weapons, as anxious as they are to come to Washington, D.C. and kiss the ring. EU needs to stand up. Look, their economy is 10 times the size of Russia. Russia has an economy the size of Italy. Europe's had almost 4 years now, and they made the promise. I went over there right after this war broke out. They all promised, we're going to crank up our GDP, our percentage of GDP spending on the military, and they don't do it. So they've been setting on this time bomb for at least 4 years. And to your point about Putin dragging these wars out, that's his modus operandi. That should not surprise anybody. His culture is different. He doesn't have the same value of life that you and I have, that your listeners have. He's very willing to sacrifice Russian soldiers in order to gain more land, and that's his psychosis.
Yeah, well, and that is why the line is, can Putin be trusted? You know, and eyes were open going into this summit on Friday. Eyes were open for sure with the administration. There's some other things going on here politically in the United States. California Governor Newsom just unveiled this new state redistricting map in response to Texas's own redistricting. His proposed map could potentially reduce California's Republican U.S. House seats from 9 to 4. That means Democrats could be filling 48 out of the state's 52 districts. He's pledging to end the Trump presidency through this effort. Maria had former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy on Sunday Morning Futures on what this is really about. Watch.
Gavin is now trying to run for president. So what he's proposing to do is go against the Constitution of California, have the legislature vote to take these lines. They don't even draw these lines. They just introduced them this Friday when no one's paying attention. They let, in Washington, D.C., the DCCC send them these lines. And you got to think about what this means to California. Now going against the Constitution, but instead of having 9 competitive seats, it will only have 2. So it's not a 5-seat change. This is a 9-seat change. They take, in counties, they go split counties 116 times, cities 145 times. This independent commission took 35,000 different comments coming in. Even the legislators not even commenting. This is politicians picking the voters, not the voters selecting their elected officials.
Senator, your reaction to those comments from him?
Well, Speaker McCarthy is spot on that it's all about Gavin. Gavin. He's so selfish. This is all about his run for presidency. It has nothing to do with what he thinks is doing what the right thing is, to do justice. So he's spot on that. Look, California has been the king.
Welcome back. High-stakes meetings today at the White House. Ukraine's President Zelenskyy and a number of European Union leaders are set to meet with the president this afternoon. It comes after the President Trump and Russian President Putin's summit on Alaska on Friday. Joining us this morning is Michael O'Hanlon, Brookings Institution Foreign Policy Program Director of Research. Michael, welcome back. Good to see you again.
Thank you. Good morning.
The Friday meeting has been pretty well chewed over at this point, but I do wonder what you expect today and whether the notion of land swaps is an area where Zelenskyy can even get close to this afternoon.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think there are a lot of things to talk about today, and one of them is indeed whether Ukraine would be willing to talk about land swaps. Vladimir Putin wants to talk about land concessions. He hasn't offered any of what he holds back to Ukraine, any of what he's stolen, let's say, in the south. But he wants more in the east without even having to fight for it. And that's his terms of trade, so to speak. For President Zelenskyy, he has ruled out the idea of even doing the swaps, even if they're equitable in some sense, although, of course, none of it's equitable because all of it should be Ukrainian land. So I think one question would be, is the United States able to cajole President Zelenskyy into at least a de facto swap? It may not have to be something that could be legally blessed, and Ukraine could still retain its claims to all the land in some future situation, but acknowledge that for now and forever, it's not going to fight to get that land back. That would be one big topic for conversation.
You think European leaders would go there?
Yeah, I think they're pragmatic enough to know that Ukraine's not going to win back all of its land. And so if the only prescription here is that we, wait until Ukraine has liberated all 19% of its original land that Russia has stolen, that's a recipe for endless war and probably Ukrainian defeat. So I think the Europeans, they may not want to do a swap. They may prefer to just freeze the current front line. But if you're freezing the front line, you're already acknowledging that Russia's going to hold 18% of pre-war Ukraine. So what difference does it make if you modify that line a little bit? So I would think the Europeans are pragmatic on that point. We'll have to see.
All right. Part of the criticism of Friday's meeting was this notion of leapfrogging a ceasefire, going to a broad peace agreement. People reading into that Putin is obviously hungry for less economic isolation and the prospect of investment and cooperation and world stage and all that. Do you think that is a reasonable discussion to be having right now?
Well, I think it is reasonable to have the concern that Putin figured out a way to play Trump and play for time. But I also think that President Trump is frustrated enough now with Vladimir Putin, at least most days of the week, maybe not last Friday, but most of the time, that he won't allow Putin to just drag out talks indefinitely and escape any further economic pressure. So I'd like to see some discussion of that today as well, with the Western Europeans and Zelenskyy and Trump all agreeing that if there's no serious Russian engagement on negotiations in coming weeks, that sanctions should get tough early in the fall.
And you don't think sanctions getting tougher would preclude any type of peace? You think sanctions are kind of a likely scenario here?
Well, thank you for saying tougher. You're right. There are already plenty of tough sanctions, and we would be adding more. I think you have to put pressure on Putin. We've seen what happens when he feels like time is on his side militarily, economically, and politically. That's the way he felt all last year. And maybe he still feels that way. But with the Russian economy sort of stagnant at this point, I think we're going to have to increase the pressure. I mean, Russia's economy has sort of survived this war okay. And therefore, the pressure, I would conclude, has not been adequate.
If this works out in a broad sense, do you think that prevents Russia from getting even closer to a would-be BRICS alignment with Modi and Xi, or is that a near-term concern?
Well, it's a great question, because we in the United States have so gotten used to winning wars or having wars won in a sort of all-out, absolute way, whether it's World War II, the Cold War. We got to set the terms of the peace. In this case, that's not going to happen. And the question is, can we use the prospect of reintegrating Russia, even while Putin is still in power? Can we use that prospect as a positive incentive to try to induce a peace process? I think Trump, to be blunt, is cynical enough that he might, and I might have to agree with him. that even though it makes you hold your nose to want to think you could ever lift sanctions on a Putin-run Russia, there may not be any choice if you're really trying to get Russia to do a deal. Doesn't mean you lift all the sanctions. Doesn't mean any American company is going to be obliged to invest in Russia. I would think most of them will be wary for quite some time. But yeah, I think you probably have to offer the beginnings of a path towards partial rehabilitation, or Russia may never do a peace deal.
Right. Well, we remember when American corporates were withdrawing as the invasion began. It's a huge economic story for American business and multinationals. It would be an equally big story, investment story, if that were to reverse, right?
Absolutely. I remember fascinating conversations in New York put on by CNBC that I was part of in the spring of 2022, where American firms present were declaring that sanctions or no, they had pretty much lost their interest in doing business in Russia. So you're right, that's going to 3.5 years of war later. I'm not sure opinions would have changed that much. They probably would have only hardened. So that's why I could live with the idea of lifting some of the sanctions as part of a comprehensive peace deal, because it's not as if Russia is going to automatically be rewarded right away anyhow.
And what do you think a security guarantee would look like for Ukraine outside of some sort of NATO membership? Is that an option to have some sort of de facto U.S. support and protection of Ukraine in this kind of agreement? Or how do you see that shaping up?
Well, yeah, I love that we're having this conversation now because it's a big change from where we were. Georgetown professor Lise Howard and I have been writing the last few years about how you do these alternative security arrangements if you don't have NATO. And we think the most important thing, or at least a key element, is to have uniformed Western military personnel on the ground in Ukraine permanently, with the clear understanding that they would be backed up if Russia attacks rather than withdrawn, which is what happened in 2022. And if you do that, I think you have all sorts of options for what kind of chapeau you put over that in terms of legality or architecture. And you don't necessarily have to have a Senate ratified treaty. I think the presence of ideally some American forces, at least in central and western Ukraine, as a potential rapid response force to go help others further east, that could be a nice arrangement. Whether Putin would ever consider that negotiable, I don't know. But I think it's worth teasing out those kinds of possibilities.
Right. A potentially historic meeting today. We'll definitely know a lot more by tonight. Let's hope. Michael O'Hanlon over at Bookings. Good to see you. Thanks, Michael.
It's a lot for us to get into here with NBC News White House correspondent Yamiche Alcindor, NBC News international reporter Matt Bodnar, editor-in-chief of Foreign Policy Ravi Agrawal, and Washington Post foreign affairs columnist and MSNBC contributor David Ignatius. Yamiche, I want to start with you, and I hope you can start us off with a TikTok of what we're going to see just a few hours from now.
Well, what we're going to see is President Zelenskyy coming to the White House, really flanked in solidarity by a number of European leaders. If we put it up for folks, we can kind of list the people that are coming to the White House today. You have, of course, President Zelenskyy, who's the president of Ukraine, but you also have the president of the European Commission, the NATO Secretary General, as well as the leaders of Germany, France, Italy, and Finland. And what you're also going to see here is this schedule. We have White House arrivals, President Trump greeting President Zelenskyy. We'll have to watch out really closely of how that greeting goes. We know that the last time Zelenskyy was in the White House, he was essentially kicked out. Then you have a bilateral meeting between President Trump and President Zelenskyy. Then there's going to be a greeting of European leaders by President Trump, a group photo, and then there's going to be that larger multilateral meeting at 3 p.m. at the White House where President Trump is going to be sitting down with President Zelenskyy and all these European leaders. And what it's really going to be key here is what exactly what kind of agreements even come out of these conversations. Is it going to be that Ukraine has to be at the table the next time President Trump meets with President Putin? The also big questions are what security guarantees, if any, can Ukraine get out of this? We heard from Steve Witkoff over the weekend, who is a special assistant to President Trump, saying that Ukraine might have NATO-like security guarantees. What that actually means is going to be key here, because does that mean boots on the ground? Does that mean aerial support? A lot of questions and hopefully a lot of at least some answers this afternoon.
Yeah, hopefully, and I think we'll have to wait to hear those details. But one of the things that we'll see immediately are the visuals, which are of central importance to this administration, to this president. They were important to set the tone in Alaska, rolling out the red carpet for Russian President Putin. So will Zelenskyy be getting a red carpet welcome, figuratively or literally? I mean, you can sometimes see the preps there at the White House, Yamiche. Are there any to that effect?
Well, it's going to be really interesting to see that. I mean, I don't know if they're going to see a literal red carpet in front of the White House. What we do think we're going to see is President Trump warmly welcoming President Zelenskyy back to the White House. That's key because, remember, it was in February where President Trump and President Zelenskyy, along with the Vice President and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, had this really raucous meeting where President Zelenskyy and President Trump and the Vice President were arguing essentially about whether or not President Zelenskyy was grateful enough for all of the help that the United States had given Ukraine. So it really ended up blowing up, and you actually saw President Zelenskyy be shown the door unceremoniously. So the fact that he's even coming back to the White House and that President Trump is welcoming him, that's a sort of red carpet in of itself, given the fact that the way that the last meeting ended, I could not, and many could not have envisioned another meeting happening, along with, of course, all these European leaders, Allie.
Yeah, you're right. That hangs over this so much. And Matt, it sort of begs the question, if that's why European leaders wanted to be at this table, or if they felt they had to come do some damage control after Friday. I mean, talk a little bit about the calculus on the part of all of these top European leaders who flooded to Washington really at a moment's notice.
Well, that's all correct. So we don't know, specifically the mechanics of how this came together. It's some mix of the Europeans pushing to come themselves, Zelenskyy insisting they be there. There was also an official White House invitation thrown in the mix. Either way, this is all a clear signal that the Western alliance is seriously alarmed by what did or didn't happen in Alaska on Friday, and also what Trump might be planning to present to Zelenskyy in Washington today. So Zelenskyy is showing up with a serious entourage. As you said, they're all coming on a very short notice. The UK Prime Minister, heads of NATO, European Union. Two that I really want to kind of pick out of the bunch here is the French President Macron and Finland's President Stubb, who I would point out has a reputation as kind of a Putin whisperer, but he's also someone who has a very unique perspective on dealing with the Russians. He's also become Trump's favorite European leader. They golf together and reportedly have a close relationship. So that could be critical today in attempting to bring President Trump back to the European side. But it is also worth saying in that context that I think Macron's presence here is significant, since he's arguably the Western leader who has the most experience in being lied to by President Putin. You may recall that Macron tried very, very hard in the lead up to the invasion in 2022 to essentially talk Putin out of it. He went to Moscow. He spent hours on the phone with Putin. So, all that said, today's meeting might actually end up being more consequential than the one on Friday. We'll see how they do.
It's actually interesting to hear the way that you lay out which world leaders have sway with who, because ultimately being in that room and the question of who has sway with Trump could be of paramount importance. David Ignatius, according to your reporting, who might that world leader be, and what might the relationships in the room look like from the point of view of not just who knows the Russians and the way they operate, but who knows Trump and the way that he operates?
Certainly, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has developed a better and better relationship with Trump. And interestingly, Vice President J.D. Vance has developed a similarly close relationship with the British Foreign Secretary. I think one important dimension of what's going to happen today, especially in this big meeting with the European leaders in the afternoon, is if things go as they're expected to go, this will be about a joint U.S.-European declaration of support for Ukraine's security if a peace deal is reached. The peace deal may involve territorial concessions that Ukraine strongly resists, so it's too early to predict with confidence that it will work. But one of the things that's emerged since Friday's meeting in Alaska that's really significant is that Trump and Putin talked about U.S.-led security guarantees with what were described as Article 5-like non-NATO guarantees for Ukraine. That basically means a nuclear guarantee without the NATO official housing for it. It's a strong commitment as the U.S. can give. It's what we give to Japan, South Korea, other key allies. And if that offer is made with Europe standing with President Trump and affirming that this is a collective European-American effort, that's going to have some significance for certainly for Zelenskyy, and I think ought to register for Putin that he's not getting everything he wants. He may have seemed to run the table in Alaska, but the final result may be a little more complicated.
And yet we also see, Ravi, that last night the president is basically giving Ukraine a public ultimatum, turning his sights on Zelenskyy and saying in a Truth Social post, Zelenskyy can end the war with Russia almost immediately if he wants to, or he can continue to fight. No getting back Crimea, no going into NATO. Zelenskyy himself pushed back on this in his own post today. But what kind of tone does that set? And what kind of guardrails does that show that Trump is putting on what these negotiations might look like, sort of jumping off of what David talked about there, whether it's a ceasefire, whether it's territory being given up that Ukraine very much does not want to do, whether it's keeping them out of NATO? I mean, talk about the contours here.
Yeah, look, Trump's made very clear that he wants to see this resolved. He wants to add this to his list of conflicts around the world that he has sort of set towards peace. He often says he solved 6 global wars in 6 months. This is the one that he cares about the most. So there's a degree of desperation. And I think that is what we're seeing in the pressure that he's exerting on Zelenskyy. And this is also where I think the presence of Europe's leaders is so important. They all feel that standing together, they will present a united front. They will be able to exert more pressure on Trump. They think that he is more likely to respond to that kind of a diplomatic show of force. Trump, as you mentioned, really cares about the visuals, the imagery, the pomp and circumstance. So what this all comes down to then is the security guarantees that David mentioned there. And, you know, the backdrop to this and the historical context is that Ukraine has often felt let down by history and by guarantees, whether they're from Europe, whether they're from America. And what they're going to need is something more than just words. They're going to need something a little bit more ironclad if they do anything along the likes of the land for peace deal that Putin has proposed, which, by the way, includes parts of territory that Ukraine has not yet lost on the battlefield and that are incredibly crucial to it being able to hold on defensive positions.
And you talk about the security guarantees and why there's concern about them holding. That's because all the way going back to 1994, you've seen Russians not be constrained by those kinds of guarantees. And yet, Matt, they are at the top of the agenda today to try to prevent any further Russian aggression after any truce is signed. So what could be ironed out on this issue in a way that actually gives the Ukrainians and, frankly, the rest of this community the faith that Russia would actually abide by it this time?
Well, this is, frankly, one of the more confusing points to come out of Alaska. Previously, Russia itself has been very clear that it rejects any idea, like the very idea of security guarantees for Ukraine, or at least anything meaningful, something like an Article 5 style protection or Western forces in Ukraine as a backdrop. We've heard about that from the Europeans. But now we're being told that there is some kind of apparent agreement with Putin on this idea. Here's how Trump envoy Steve Witkoff phrased it on CNN yesterday.
We were able to win the following concession, that the United States could offer Article 5-like protection, which is one of the real reasons why Ukraine wants to be in NATO. We sort of were able to bypass that and get an agreement that the United States could offer Article 5 protection, which was the first time we had ever heard the Russians agree to that.
So this is definitely big if true, but there's a lot of questions on what that would look like. How exactly is the U.S. providing this guarantee? What's the trigger for U.S. action under that guarantee? What would U.S. action in that situation look like? I mean, we can just, the list goes on. And as you were mentioning, Ali, Ukraine has sort of been in this situation before, back in 94 with that agreement that guaranteed their territorial sovereignty if they gave up their old Soviet nuclear weapons. So, you know, there's a lot that we still don't know about this.
And we're now just hours away from the president meeting with President Zelenskyy at the White House. So what kind of meeting are we going to see? Will it be like the last time we saw these two at the White House in February, where they got into a shouting match and the meeting ended shortly after? Will there be one-on-one talks like their chat ahead of the Pope's funeral in April? The two actually met again in June at NATO, where both men walked away seemingly having to have moved past that February blow-up.
It was very nice, actually. You know, we had little rough times sometimes. He was couldn't have been nicer. I think he'd like to see an end to this. I do.
Joining me now to talk about this, John Bolton, President Trump's former national security advisor and former U.S. ambassador to the UN under George W. Bush. Good morning, Ambassador.
Good morning. Glad to be with you.
I've heard a lot of people talk about this meeting with Putin over the weekend in not great terms. You say there's a silver lining to this bad summit. What's that silver lining?
Well, I think it's a mistake from Ukraine's perspective to try and seek a ceasefire before serious negotiations begin. Now, that's a minority position. I certainly concede that. But you have to look at the history of what happens in these kinds of disputes when you have a ceasefire along the existing battle lines. There's a very grave risk for Ukraine that the battle lines gets frozen, and as talks drag on and drag on and drag on, that ceasefire line becomes the new boundary. I think Ukraine, if it has the support of Europe and the United States, and that's a big caveat, should continue the struggle against Russia, if at all possible, should try to put some of Russia's gains in reverse and show to Putin that the use of force is simply not going to prevail. That would be the better outcome. And now Trump, by saying he doesn't want a ceasefire, may wake the Ukrainians and may even wake the Europeans up to the danger of the ceasefire scenario.
I also want to ask you about the security guarantees. We're hearing from Steve Witkoff referencing this, talking about a potential security guarantee that is not being in NATO, not having Article 5 capabilities, but somehow would make Ukraine borders safe. How did you interpret this? And do you believe it, given your experience negotiating with Russia?
Well, I listened to Witkoff's answer to Jake Tapper yesterday several times, and the more I listened to it, the less I understood it. After he mentions Article 5-like guarantees, he talks about enshrinement in Russian law of a commitment not to seek further territorial gains in Ukraine and not to seek further territorial gains in Europe generally. I don't understand what the connection is if he's talking about counting on Russian promises and Russian laws not to commit further aggression. We've got a long history where that hasn't been the case dating back to the days of the Soviet Union. And I don't understand how Article 5 fits in there. I'm more worried actually now by reports that seem to be more and more common in the news media that what the president told the European leaders and Zelenskyy in his phone call after the Alaska summit was that Putin's proposal was, give me all of the Donetsk province that my troops don't already hold, and then I will commit not to seek any further territory. If that's the deal that the president and Putin agreed on, it's going to run into a brick wall when they pass it on to Zelenskyy.
We were hearing from the president on Truth Social, and you came in for criticism, where he was basically arguing people like yourselves are kind of talking in a way that prevents peace from happening, that prevents the end of this war. What's your response to that, and even sort of how the president is approaching Russia in this process?
Well, I think the criticism he's making is silly. You know, the old saying, if you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. I think the president's approaching this process because he wants a Nobel Peace Prize, and I think he's worried that it may be slipping away from him, because if, as I think most observers saw the Alaska summit, I didn't see any retreat by Russia from any of the principles that Putin and others have been articulating for years. And I don't see any real signs that whatever Zelenskyy might say would come anywhere close to accommodating the Russians, meaning that while peace is possible always at some point down the road, it's not going to happen anytime soon. And that means that the president's hopes of getting the Nobel Peace Prize are getting more remote. I might also just say one small point. The NATO Peace Prize rules require that nominations for the year in question, that would be 2025, have to be submitted by January the 31st. So, of course, the Nobel Peace Prize Committee, I suppose, can always ignore its own rules, but if they stick to their rules, Trump's not eligible for it this year anyway.
Before I let you go, what do you want to hear out of this meeting today, and specifically from European leaders who obviously all scrambled to be here? I don't even know what success would look like for them coming out of today. What do you think it is?
Well, as I say, my view on the ceasefire question is very much a minority, so I expect the Europeans and probably Zelenskyy will continue to push for a ceasefire and let Trump answer why he doesn't want one. Trump and I happen to agree, coincidentally, on the ceasefire point. His reasons are different from mine, and I think incorrect. He thinks he can get to a full-scale peace plan more quickly that way. I don't think that's possible.
John Bolton, President Trump's former national security advisor and former U.S. ambassador to the UN. Thanks so much for speaking with us.
Well, thank you.
We have spent the last 36 hours focusing on what went on for 3.5 hours behind closed doors over in Alaska. U.S. versus Russia, kinda, really Russia versus Ukraine. It would have been great to hear that Russia agreed to a ceasefire and gradually we're going to leave all their stolen land from Ukraine and just go back to their borders. But that was never going to happen. In reality, this was just the beginning of the end, I believe, of the nearly 4-year war. Why would I say that? Well, the status quo is not okay with us, not okay with Ukraine, not okay with Europe, and dare I say Russia. More importantly, it's not okay with President Trump. And he has an A plan and he's got a B plan. This is the A plan.
And the president, as a mediator, was looking for ways to solve the crisis. He understands that it is for the Ukrainians to decide how they might land swap, how they might make a deal with the Russians on different territories there. But that's why Zelenskyy and the Europeans are coming to the White House on Monday to make those decisions themselves.
It's up to the Ukrainians to make these conditions. We have to make enough progress so that we can sit down President Zelenskyy and President Putin in the same place, which is what President Zelenskyy has been asking for, and reach a final agreement that ends this war.
Yes, for Ukraine and Russia to reach an agreement. We're trying to bring both sides together. So what did we learn from this summit? Number one, Putin wants to freeze the lines he has grabbed and the entire Donbas region, even areas he cannot take militarily, which is rich in iron, rich in coal, rich in rare earth. While I can't see dislodging Russia from the 18% of Ukraine that they stole, I can't see them being gifted the strategic land known as the Fortress Belt either. We also know there is no immediate ceasefire. What else have we learned? Well, that the Russians didn't ask for two disputed regions, Sumy and Kharkiv. That's significant. And Vladimir Putin no longer objects to security guarantees, which include international forces, which is the only true block to another invasion. But still, some say it's not a win without a ceasefire.
Not only do you need a deal that's verifiable, that's enforceable, and that's enduring. If you don't achieve that, then I think you could have a ceasefire for a few months, a few weeks, and then the war will start again and more people will die. That's not the outcome we're interested in.
Right, so why not hit them with secondary sanctions already? Give the Ukrainians $300 billion in frozen Russian funds. Slap tariffs on China. Slap them on Brazil and Turkey for doing business in Russia, like buying their cheap oil. We could, we still might, but not yet. Why? Simple. It eliminates peace as an option.
The moment the president puts those additional sanctions, that's the end of the talks. You've basically locked in at least another year to year and a half of war and death and destruction. We may unfortunately wind up there, but we don't want to wind up there. We want to wind up with a peace deal that ends this war so Ukraine can go on with the rest of their lives and rebuild their country and be assured that this is never going to happen again. That's the goal here. We're going to do everything possible to make that happen if it's doable.
It's doable. And frustratingly true. Maybe a ceasefire is not what we want. As for what was accomplished Friday leading into the meeting with our European allies tomorrow, including President Zelenskyy, all the issues are being confronted and addressed in a compressed timeline. As for the optics, I loved the flyover. Could have done without the red carpet. But I love the theme on the step and repeat behind the leaders. They're focusing on pursuing peace. But the usual critics lined up.
But although it was presented as perhaps a show of power by being at a U.S. Air Force base with the flight passing of the B-52s, it did certainly look much more like a show of appreciation for Vladimir Putin.
Vladimir Putin got the red carpet treatment on American soil. Donald Trump got flattered by Vladimir Putin.
He left without Trump even applying any additional sanctions or severe measures, such as President Trump said that he would. So I guess you call that Putin 1, Trump 0.
I sense that they would have been critical regardless. And in terms of the final score, it is not the final score. If you feel, and I love Ambassador Volker, but if you feel that way, that it's 1-0, just keep in mind, this game has just begun, but it is turning around the back stretch. Stop focusing on where the process starts, which was Friday, and look at where the finish line is.
To all these media analysts who say this was a bust, that's ridiculous. We have progress we didn't have before. We have momentum for peace. We'll see where it goes. So I'll leave it up to Trump.
So joining me now, Fox News senior strategic analyst, General Jack Keane, 4-star general. He also writes the Institute for the Study of War. He gives you an idea of what's happening almost as it happens in real time. General, what was your takeaway from Friday?
Yeah, well, I think the major things that happened are largely positive. And one is Putin asked for this meeting. That in itself was a big statement, an in-person meeting. The president wanted Zelensky at it. Putin said no, but tentatively agreed to the possibility of that based on how the initial meeting went with President Trump. And why did Putin want the meeting? Well, I think he wants to avoid tariffs and sanctions for sure. And he would like to talk to the president and wind up putting some pressure on Zelensky as a result of it, try to separate the president from Zelensky and from the Euros, who are supporting him. So, obviously he has some objectives here, to be sure. The president deserves credit for getting him there. He would not have gotten there without the threat of the sanctions and what happened in India with the 50% tariff that's been slapped on him. And I've always believed that our adversaries have had to reset and reassess as a result of a very successful military strike on Iran, which ended their nuclear program and begun to reset the table in the Middle East. And everybody has paid attention to that in terms of its decisiveness and certainly the geopolitical impacts that are coming from it. And it says unstated that President Trump is a no-nonsense, serious person. He certainly wants peace, but he's not going to hesitate to use force to stop something bad from happening. So I think, put all that together, Putin comes to meet with President Trump. I think coming out of that, are we disappointed that we didn't get a ceasefire and the killing stopped? Yeah, of course. And I think President Trump feels the same way about it. But the fact that they didn't get into the specifics of what took place and where the agreements were and where the disagreements still lie, because there's so much work in progress there, people walk away and say, well, there's nothing there. Nothing happened but a red carpet and a flyover. Well, that's nonsense. A lot of things have happened here. And the reality is there's a potential trilateral meeting, including President Zelensky. I think the president's going to assess that based on what is happening here in Washington, D.C. And let's look at this. We got all the senior leaders in Europe. They're here now for a meeting tomorrow with the president. And this includes the Secretary General. All the top leaders of the European countries are here. And obviously President Zelensky is here with his team. And what are they all working on? They're all working on peace with President Trump. That in itself is a huge step forward to see that kind of unity here. Very positive thing going forward. I think really a lot of discussion tomorrow, Brian, is...
Right. Go ahead.
A lot of discussion tomorrow is going to center around one of the positive things that has come out of the Friday meeting. And that is security guarantees were asked for, and Putin said yes. That's a reasonable approach. That's a statement, it's not action. but it's something that has never been said before. And a lot of time on Monday is going to be devoted to what those security guarantees are. And if those security guarantees take the form of Article 5 like troops on the ground backed up by air power to make certain that to provide a deterrence against Putin advancing, we have a ceasefire, there's some kind of a permanent agreement in place, and you have those security guarantees that it holds in place. If that is real and it takes form, that is a game changer in of itself, and that is an incredible positive outcome from Friday's meeting. That is what President Zelenskyy has wanted from the beginning, and that is what the United States wants.
So I want you to take a look at this map, what Russia wants. They want areas of the Donbass that they have not won, that's been fortified by the Ukrainians since 2014, and it's vital because it also provides a highway right to Kharkiv. They could swap that for Sumy and Kharkiv. Your thoughts about that one area that it looks like Zelenskyy does not want to give up, and I'm sympathetic towards his belief.
Well, as we've talked about it, for a week now, there's a fortified piece of that terrain in there, encompasses 5 cities that they haven't been able to take in the last 26 months, and they've thrown their army at it. They tried in 2014 with considerably less than an army, failed miserably. And based on our analysis at the Institute for the Study of War, and I know where our military analysis is on it, the guys that are in Europe looking at this every day, they couldn't take it in the foreseeable future either. But that everything begins to change in terms of what land is available and what swaps should be made if those Article 5 guarantees are really real. And that actually, this is Zelensky's issue, all right? Shaped by the Europeans and also discussed by the president and his team. He has to make the decisions about what land to give up. And could he get portions of Zaporizhia or portions of Kherson or others in return? But I think everything is on the table given the Article 5 guarantees if they're real.
I know. And you're pumped up by that, and so am I. Hopefully this continues to make progress, and the Russians stand by what they said in that meeting. General Jack Keane, you're the best. Thanks so much.
Hi, everyone. I'm Brian Kilmeade. I want you to do me a favor. I want you to click to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page. This is the only way that I know for sure that you're not going to miss any great commentary, any great news bites, any great interviews coming your way on Fox. You can get it all here on YouTube. So subscribe right now.
And the House is still in recess, but lawmakers have a massive to-do list when they return. FBI Director Kash Patel is urging Congress to publicly release more documents related to the Durham report and the annex as we learn more details about Hillary Clinton's role in creating the Russia hoax. One declassified email exposes how she orchestrated the entire plot. Former House Freedom Caucus Chair and Trump's former White House Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, joined us last night to detail how Clinton's campaign is working with the deep state.
Durham had a huge investigation that took many months. What we're starting to see is the coordination that happened between the Clinton campaign, between those in the 3-letter agencies that we're all too familiar with. But I think the troubling thing that appears to be coming out is that over and over and over again, there was real pressure at the very top levels of these agencies to have a narrative out there that we knew was false.
And of course, we're still dealing with the consequences of the Russia hoax today. And Trump's Justice Department says this was all by design.
President Trump said the Russia hoax was meant to destroy the relationship with Russia, make it impossible to get things under control, get a reset like Hillary said she wanted.
Joining us now is House Oversight Committee member and Florida gubernatorial candidate, Congressman Byron Donalds. Congressman, great to see you tonight. So is the Oversight Committee working on releasing documents mentioned in the Durham Annex?
Yeah, that's something we're going to be getting to when we get back. Somewhat similar to the subpoenas we issued for the Epstein files that happened about a week and a half ago. So, look, I think this is where we need to go. When it comes to the Durham Annex, we need that information to be public. What is crystal clear is that Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign financed, obviously, the Steele dossier, but behind the scenes was using the elements of our government, our intelligence community, I also believe the FISA court system, to not just spy on the campaign of then candidate Donald Trump, but to undermine the presidency of Donald Trump simply because she lost and could not be president. And so this is stuff that we need to release to the American people. We need to get to the bottom of that immediately.
Congressman Jason Chaffetz here. Yeah, getting those documents is key. They were under subpoena. I know because I was there and involved in signing such documents, but they weren't released. They were hidden, and now they can be exposed because they have been declassified. The follow-up, though, question, Congressman, is are you going to start to hold hearings? Because if you bring up Clapper and Comey and Brennan and ask the same questions that were asked previously, I think it would be fascinating to see if they pled the fifth or if they actually gave a different answer than they did when they were under oath previously answering these questions.
We absolutely should. They should be compelled to testify in front of Congress, both House and Senate. Let's compare with their comments they make to us now to what they said in media and what they said in previous investigations. That's going to be startling for the American people to see. And people might say, well, why are you going back to the well on Russiagate? Because what we witnessed almost 10 years ago now is that the Democrats wielded our government. They wielded the deep state to undermine a president of the United States. If they can do that, they can do anything with our government. You cannot allow something like this to happen. So we have to expose it. All of it needs to be exposed. Those people that were involved, they need to come in, they need to testify, and they need to do it in front of the American people. And if they choose to plead the fifth, then it speaks volumes to what they were doing to then candidate Trump and then, of course, the 45th administration of President Donald Trump.
Congressman, it's Anita Vogel. Thanks so much for joining us tonight. Last night, Mark Meadows also told us he witnessed Adam Schiff and other Democrats leaking to the media after leaving the secure SCIF rooms where they often viewed classified information. Take a listen.
The only thing that's not surprising to me is the fact that there were leaks coming out of the Democrat operatives, many of them, including Chairman Schiff, I was served with. And yet I can tell you that when we were in SCIFs, we could take a break from the SCIF and go out and find the Democrat talking points of what we discussed in the SCIF already given to the legacy media. Should it be investigated further? Absolutely. And those that are guilty should be held accountable.
So, Congressman, based upon that, will the Oversight Committee look into Schiff and other Democrats for leaking to the press during the 2016 Russia hoax?
We absolutely should. And it shouldn't just be House oversight. It should also be House intel, because what Chief Meadows was saying is stories that I've heard in my time on Capitol Hill, that Adam Schiff primarily and others would read something in the SCIF, go out to the cameras and either tell it to the press or leak it to the press so he could get asked questions. It is undermining the intelligence gathering apparatus, and it also demonstrates the manipulation that the Democrats were engaged in top to bottom, in my view. I'm not just talking about Hillary. I'm talking about the DNC, the White House, members of Congress. It was a top to bottom way of undermining the intelligence gathering operation in order to undermine President Trump during his first term. So it needs to fully be investigated. And yeah, he's a member of the Senate now, but that doesn't matter. Leaking classified information is illegal. No member of Congress is allowed to do that.
Congressman Kevin Corke here. Thank you for your time tonight. Former U.S. Attorney General Bill Barr is said to be headed to the Hill tomorrow for a deposition with the House Oversight Committee in its probe into Jeffrey Epstein. Barr, the first to be questioned in that investigation, which could include former President Bill Clinton, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton as well. In fact, they both have interviews scheduled for the coming months. So I'm just curious, what are you hoping to learn as we continue to delve into this Epstein situation? And as an aside, is there any reason to believe that Bill Barr worked with Fani Willis and others down in Georgia? That's something else I think a lot of people are curious about.
I think this is something that might come out in questioning tomorrow with AG Barr. I think on a broader level, what the Oversight Committee wants to accomplish is making sure that we have transparency for the American people. That's why we've issued subpoenas for the testimony from these individuals in closed-door depositions. This is why we've also subpoenaed the entire Epstein file so that information can be reviewed. Obviously, you want to protect victims. That's first and foremost, but that information can be reviewed and released to the American people. So this is a first step along that path. With respect to the Fani Willis stuff, and that might come up as well. We'll see where it goes.
All right, Congressman Byron Donalds, we'll be watching. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, Jason. So let's talk about this annex, which is really just more documentation in this case. Does Congress need to do this, or can the FBI do it themselves?
No, look, Kash Patel has called upon Congress to release them, but there's nothing that precludes the Department of Justice, now that the documents have been declassified, and I'm sure there's some redactions in there, the Department of Justice can release this tomorrow if they really wanted to. I think it's a courtesy, though, to a Chairman Grassley, a Chairman Jordan, those types of people who are trying to put together a bigger, broader case. But yeah, they should release those documents. There should be a hearing where you bring these people in and they can make the case and force these people to answer questions under oath. And as it relates to Adam Schiff, I tell you, it's the first time I felt like he really is in trouble, not only on the mortgage front, but when you have a staffer, a Democratic staffer, allegedly, the story is that he has told investigators that he was directed to release classified information. You got to prosecute somebody like that.
Right.
As a member of Congress, you have a very high security clearance, but you still sign a document. You still sign an extra document. I think they should pull that out, put that out for the American people. Every member of Congress signs it, says you won't release that information. And if he did, and he did it purposefully, and he was using federal employees to do so, you got to prosecute the guy.
Yeah, because it comes down to a double standard, Kevin.
100%.
There have been members of the military who mistakenly shared classified information, not deliberately, who have served prison time for doing that. And yet there's people like Adam Schiff who tend to get away with it. But the thing that jumps out at me is, Schiff was allegedly leaking classified information, but the information that was classified was really just classified to cover up what the Clinton campaign was doing with the Intelligence Committee. So it shouldn't have been classified in the first place. It's like when they redact things about furniture because they don't want to be embarrassed. I mean, much worse than that. But this information should have been classified in the first place, it seems.
And this is the real issue that happens a lot in Washington. Jason, you can speak to this sometimes in an overabundance of caution. You can have basically black Sharpie all throughout a document. The truth is, some of this, and I dare argue a lot of this, need not be redacted. And let's be honest about what we've seen here. We've seen congressional lawmakers possibly involved in a grand conspiracy to utilize material that they knew to be false or misleading to undermine a sitting president of the United States of America, to circumvent the will of the American people. This is not a small matter, and I think whether it's Adam Schiff, whether it's James Comey and others, Clapper, we can run down the list, I think justice must be served to prevent this from ever happening again.
Anita, I think there's a lot of Americans watching and saying, okay, there is new information here, but why is Congress looking at this? What are the next steps here for what the American people can expect for information from their lawmakers?
Yeah, well, we talked about this last night. It's so interesting that after 8 years, the story is finally moving forward. Finally, documents are coming to light. Investigations will soon be underway about how this whole Russian collusion narrative came to light and how it did truly undermine the presidency of Donald Trump. And it really, and we talked about this last night, how it affected his relationship with Putin and other world leaders. It also brought down the careers of people like Michael Flynn and others. And now the big question will be, will there be consequences for the people that you mentioned that are possibly involved here, including Hillary Clinton?
Yeah, and Jason, we have elections every 4 years. So the big overriding thing here is this problem solved? Is the deep state still going to work with Democratic operatives to essentially try and rig an election with this false narrative in an official intelligence document that was then used to torpedo the first 4 years of the Trump administration, which led to impeachments and special counsels and all of that. I mean, there are big questions about whether this ideology has been rooted out of these places.
No, if you think the deep state is done trying to go after Donald Trump or Republicans and conservatives, you got another thing coming.
Exactly.
The reality is, the allegation is that the Clinton campaign set aside $10 million. They gave it, they put it over, they created this fake dossier, which was the precursor that led to all these articles in the newspaper. But more importantly, and this one still just sticks under my craw, is this idea that they use this as the predicate to do what they shouldn't have done, which is spy on the Trump campaign and others related to him, to go to the court, testify in writing that you have verified information, that you can go after these people because you have seen these documents, and I'm talking about James Comey and others, and you go to the court and to get the court to allow you to spy on somebody, doesn't get any worse than that. Don't tell me that, that happened a long time ago and that's already been exposed. You got to prosecute people who do those types of things. That court, and where's the court?
Yeah.
Where is the court? You lie to the court in another setting? Do you think they would ever hold you in contempt? Where is the Supreme Court on this? And they oversee the FISA court.
You're right, and we have to reform the FISA court. This is something that can never happen again. I'm so glad you pointed that out. A lot of people are, it's in the past, like you said, it's 8 years ago. But the truth is, let justice be served, one way or the other, though the heavens fall. We've got to get to the bottom of this, and people have to pay.
I got to add a little bit of color to this. I was on the House Judiciary Committee. I'm not an attorney, and I know that sounds like I'm bragging, but I said to my chairman, I want to go to the FISA court because I want to see it. And then they admitted it's not really a court. What they do is they take this document, they give it to a federal judge who sits in a skiff by himself, and there's nobody else there, and they just read these documents. So if you're not 100% certain on those documents, guess what? You have lied to the court, you have deceived the American people, you have undermined justice, and that's why you have to be held accountable. And you can't just get away with it and say, I based it on intelligence. I mean, it's just gibberish.
Yeah.
You either lied or you didn't lie. I'm sorry, but it looks like they lied.
Yes, it does.
To your point, Anita.
Real quick. If these things bear out, right? If these things come to light and they bear out, this makes Watergate look like small potatoes.
Yeah, absolutely.
It really does.
Well, they ruin people's lives, as you mentioned. So we'll be watching all of it.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Welcome back. Joining me right now is the man who first exposed the Russia collusion hoax for what it was, a lie. On this program many times throughout the years, former House Intelligence Committee Chairman and California Congressman, currently Trump Technology and Media CEO Devin Nunes. Also, Devin is serving currently as the chairman of the prestigious President's Intelligence Advisory Board. Devin, thank you so much for being here.
Great to be here in person.
Well, I'm happy that you're here because you've told our audience so many times what lies this Russia collusion story was. We wanted to talk about a timeline with you. What is your reaction to Tulsi Gabbard highlighting all of this these last 2 weeks?
Well, the part that was most important that she put out is that the PDB information, the Presidential Daily Brief, that information was never given to Congress. And so, but what was given to Congress was exactly the same thing that was in that disposed of PDB that just disappeared, that never made it anywhere. But a few weeks before that, the House Intelligence Committee, we're talking about all the way back in 2016, we were given that information, Maria, that the Russians and Trump, there was nothing to see there. And there was nothing to see once they went to brief Obama, and then somebody changed that. And I think that's what Director Tulsi Gabbard was able to get out a week ago. And then, of course, after that, she was able to put out our report that had been hidden from the American people, 40-page report that Chairman of the Intelligence Committee now, Rick Crawford, put out. So, transparency is key. I think listening to your earlier guests, it's important to remember that this is an ongoing conspiracy. It hasn't stopped. And the people that have hoisted this on the American people for the last nearly a decade have never paid one price, and they're continuing to do exactly the same thing that they've done for a while. Now, look, people are numb to it. At the end of the day, the American people rejected it. They overwhelmingly elected Donald Trump to be president of the United States. And the president has asked myself and all the people that he's put into these intelligence roles and these law enforcement roles, he just wants it cleaned up. He doesn't want, after all of this, after all the country's been through, what we'd like to do, and I think what the president really wants, is to clean up the FBI, clean up the Department of Justice, and part of that is having accountability for the people who perpetuated this ongoing hoax.
And as we look back on how they actually did it, because it was very effective, they actually got away with it, and they had a president, a duly elected president, on defense for 4 years. In the summer of 2016, before the election, Brennan tells everybody, Hillary Clinton is up to no good. Let's walk through the timeline of how they achieved this.
And Director Ratcliffe brought this up, and he actually found it at the end of his tenure when he was the DNI under President Trump. So what Brennan never did during that time period, is tell us. He never came to me as chairman of the House Intelligence Committee in 2016 and said what he told Obama. Through all the investigations in 17 and 18 and 19 and 20, he never said that, I had told Obama and these people about the Clinton, the Steele dossier and all of
that Clinton was coming out with a new story that Trump colluded with Russia.
Right, that happened in August of 16. He had a lot to say, but one of the things he didn't have to say was that he knew that this was a Clinton hoax. It wasn't until John Ratcliffe becomes the head of the DNI, he digs that up, he finds these handwritten notes where Brennan himself, and I'm sure if he wrote it down, he must have remembered. It's kind of an important point to remember that if one of the presidential candidates is cooking up a scheme, working with Russia and working with Russians to cook up this scheme. And then what you found out now from the report that we put out this week is also that the Russians knew about the scheme. So the only people that didn't know about the scheme were President Trump and the Republicans. We're the only ones that didn't know about a lot of this, and now we're digging this up years later.
So from around August to Thanksgiving, they were putting together a plan to actually go with it and push it forward. Then President Trump wins the election in 2016, and then the Steele dossier becomes something like an Obama dossier because President Obama decides to hide the real intelligence, which was Hillary was coming up with this scheme, and push forward fake intelligence, which was that Trump had something to do with collusion.
Yeah, and if you think about it, those two important briefings that occur after the election in 2016, one is to us, which we were briefed by the FBI and other intelligence agencies, and they said that, hey, we had the normal accountability during the election. Bad countries do bad things, but there was nothing unusual, and for sure nothing between Donald Trump and the Russians. That's Thanksgiving. The PDB that Director Gabbard released last week also says, exactly, almost identical as I remember it to what we were briefed on. And then something changes on December 9th. And so there's a lot of people that were in that meeting with Obama. Many of those people, graduated. They actually graduated up. They moved on. They got higher positions within the Justice Department. And look, I think what also can't be forgotten here is in this ongoing hoax that jumps from Russia collusion to everybody forgets about. Remember the fake whistleblower on Ukraine and the impeachment? Then you move to the 51 spies who lie about the Hunter Biden laptop. But probably the biggest thing that still needs to be researched and the information needs to be put out to the American public. I'm not sure if the Justice Department is going to use it or not, but it's this. Why was there a raid at Mar-a-Lago? What led to that raid? What led to the appointment of that special counsel? What the hell were they doing at Mar-a-Lago? What were they looking for? This was an unprecedented act in U.S. history where the Department of Justice raids a former president's home. So, look, it's great that we look in the past, and I'm glad that and it's important to understand the past. But that raid on Mar-a-Lago wasn't very long ago. That was an attempt. Whatever they were looking for, whatever scheme they had cooked up, whatever they were looking for, they didn't find, clearly. But that was to try to stop President Trump from being reelected.
Unbelievable.
That's all it was. And so there's a lot more to do with that. I'm happy that the Justice Department has this strike force. And look, I'm going to, as chairman of the President's Intelligence Board, I'm going to try to get out as much of this information and get it declassified as possible.
So you believe that they raided Mar-a-Lago because they were looking for this? They were looking for the intelligence community assessment, your report on Russia's influence campaign targeting the 2016 presidential election. That's why they raided Mar-a-Lago?
I believe it had to be one of the things that they were looking for. Because look, that report is pretty damning. If people take the time to read it, it's 45 pages. It's spent, we had a dedicated team that spent nearly 2 years down at the CIA looking through this. It was blocked from getting out. And the reason that report is so important, right? That's, let's just dumb it down, simply put. We went through every single piece of intelligence that existed. And if anything, it was clear that if Putin was going to do anything, he probably wanted Hillary Clinton to win. But in fact, if you just apply a little common sense to it, the fact is that nobody around the world thought that President Trump was going to win in 2016. Same with Vladimir Putin. He didn't either. And so when you go through that was the intelligence. Every piece of intelligence that existed we went through it. It's in that report. And what do we know? After all this, after all, Trump and Russia and collusion, the two people that didn't collude? Trump and Russia. That's what we found out. We know that Clinton colluded. We know the DNC colluded. You had John Podesta on earlier, sitting there lying on television. He cooked that whole damn thing up. He had to be part of the team that cooked that up for the Clinton campaign.
Let me get your take on this strike force. Do you think the DOJ's strike force will be able to actually give us accountability? Everything's now going to flow through this strike force, right?
Yeah, and look, and eventually, once they gather all this information, you broke news this morning with John Ratcliffe saying that there was additional information in the Durham report. I've never seen that. So that will be new. That'll be new information. I think once you compile that, then the strike force will have to work with real investigators, unlike the investigator.
Excellent. That's great. Thank you. Hey, Brandon, sorry about that. Ready? Brandon?